Breaking news in Faerun. We're back. I don't know if they use the breaking news sounds anymore, but hey, we're here.
It's a Kenku flying above.
Third session of Triboar. We're what?
It's a Kenku flying above.
We're in our third session of Triboar. All right, so the last one was what, on New Year's, where we had a gigantic party show up and throttle my fire giants that was supposed to, you know, be more of a TPK flavor. I think chat started, you know, throwing darts at me as well, so it was pretty fantastic. And we got a new party member out of it. Hey, we got Sheriff playing Sanya, the rogue. So we got Poison last week as well, along with us, but we got the whole crowd here. In our efforts to make a party of 4, we are back to a party of 8 again. So this should be a blast. I'll go with our obligatory statements. We always have 988, which is a mental health support hotline that we support charities to. So you can just click that button. Charity comes from the heart, so there's no guilt in us saying, you know, go there and be charitable. You can always reach out to a friend on your own and say howdy. And that being said, on the 4th of February, we are going to support Lord Gazumba's streams for a 4-day St. Jude's Children's Hospital charity stream. We're going to take our normal hours. We're going to take a 5-hour block with DM Pete. And we're going to, last year they raised $25,000 for St. Jude's. So that's incredible. So let's get back in there. I'll start getting the hype going on the IGs and the TikToks and the threads and the book faces and stuff like that. Skylar, got anything else?
Nothing new, but just a reminder, if anybody's going to GaryCon this year, we will. Right. Tim is going to be hosting a table, so be sure to sign up for that if you're going to be there. If you want to play at his table, we will also be doing a get-together meet and greet at Topsy Turvy Tap House in Lake Geneva on that Friday evening after the festivities. It'll be from 5:30 till basically when they close. We'll have a room available for us, and we'll be paying for everybody's first drink. So come get a free drink on us and meet the crew.
I'll even sing some Elton John if there's karaoke there. 100% chance. 100% chance. I'm the answer. We'll be saying. Okay. I'll go around the room and introduce everybody real quick. We got JD playing Mirren. He's over here in my cold garage with us. We've got like some metal heaters over here keeping us warm. We've got our friends from Bath. We've got Sharon and Pete playing Sanya and Puente. And we've got Nick. He's probably making some sushi or something at the same time. He's sous chefing. Nick's playing Heineken, our wild magic sorcerer, and our venerable CEO, director, key grip, OBS guru is Skylar playing Blandina. We have Poison Darkblade is playing Gwen, cleric. Kind of new to us as well, so we're figuring more about that cleric as we go along. And we've got Quaddle, the very dying half-orc ranger on his 12th knockout and 1 official death. Weighing in the bantamweights at 135. We've got Quaddle playing from home today.
Can we change his race from half-orc to half-dead?
Aww. He's doing great. He's got a magic bow now, so things are gonna be great. Let's roll some dice. Let's roll some dice and see who's gonna do some recapping. Should be an easy recap. Someone died. We fought fire giants. We're going high today. Who's got the high rolls? Anybody above 15? Oh, we got a nat 20?
No, I got 19.
Oh, we got anybody above 19?
I got a 19 as well.
Oh, let's have a constitution off on the two of you.
Who has higher constitution? That's the question.
I know, right? It's a wizard and a paladin.
Ooh.
14.
7.
Not me.
Do you have a 7 constitution?
No, my actual constitution is 12.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, that's a standard array.
No, I rolled
I think I know why we have some performance issues. With Latino.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
I blow everything
Aaron,
up.
you got it. You win.
So
What had happened?
last week, so there I was, right?
So there was.
We're in the tavern. We had just come to the realization that Quaddle was, for all intents, dead. We tried calling out to Hyronius and our other gods to try and use our healing spells to, just to make sure that he wasn't just playing and possuming. Found out he wasn't. Rumors were that there was a cleric somewhere within the town that was able to revive the dead, but was of somewhat a drunkard. We sought them out, found them in the tavern. Came to realization that we needed an item that we did not yet have, which was a diamond. We had the currency to do so, but no one in the town, in that tavern at least, knew where we could find a diamond, so we went around and started asking about throughout the town. We ended up at the White Wheel, at least I did, and talked to the shopkeep there and said, hey, do you have a diamond or have the contacts to find a diamond? They then just yelled out quite loudly, anybody got a diamond? And found out that a cleric that we did not yet know happened to have a diamond in their possession. We found, went with them to the tavern, found out that the ritual required the diamond, and then 3 of us with our 3 different gods to essentially perform a ceremony or a ritual to revive Quaddle. That ritual, while it was going on, the town happened to come under attack by orcs and 2 fire giants and a bunch of axe beaks and a bunch of other things with lightning shooting out of their fingertips and a bunch of other enemies. So as we performed the ceremony, Quint gave his heartfelt speech and prayer to his god.
ChatGPT.
Broke off. Continued the fight. And then we went through our cleric who bestowed us the diamond, gave his prayer to his god, and then broke off. And then I gave my prayer to Hyronius, little cheer to Waddle to get off his back and get to, kill him, and sacrifice the Dragon Slayer sword that did not slay a dragon, so that he can come back to life. We entered the fray, and Quint and pretty much the rest of the party, besides myself and Quaddle, were fighting orcs and axe beaks, and that other guy that shoots lightning, forgot his name. And while myself and Quaddle and Heineken were fighting giant frost or fire giants. I went down a couple times in that fight. Called down Smite good couple times. Hyronius helped me out with that one. And then once all was said and done, 2 fire giants were downed and a slew of orcs. And that's where we left off.
That's where we left off. That is inspirational. So if you want to use it today, you have a party inspiration for today. That was brilliant. Which brings you guys into exactly where you left off. You're getting up, sweating underneath your armor. Spirit Guardians are just simmering and turning off themselves and going away as, you see 20 XP pop over your top of your head and you gain, you're not in initiative in order anymore. The fire giants are laid almost on top of each other, and you hear the crackling and yelling of someone inside of a small hut in the campground that you're in. The campground that you're in is pretty wrecked. Like, there was canvas, tents all around, but just the giants walking through there and those little feisty magmans that were, little Roomba grenades. Detonated a lot of them. There's a small well. You see that near the fire giants is about a 15-foot dug out 15 by 7-foot pit where they were digging for some sort of object that you guys saw them carrying, and then they fell, but you haven't really investigated that. the sounds of the town are still screaming. You can look over your shoulder. You'll see a very organized town running buckets from wells to go put out various fires to keep from grass fires from happening, because it's real tall grass. But it is, in the autumnal seasons of Faerun, so it's not necessarily as dry because of the storms that were recent. So you'll find yourself, Mirren, you come back to, you're not sure, but the wild druid, wait, what was it? Was it, who was the chatter that was in there? It was like Wolf Druid Rose? I was close to it. What?
It was definitely Rose.
But yeah, some demigod out there brought you back to life after your 96-point smite, and then getting smoked by a female fire giant. Gwent, you're running up there as well, and Gwen, you were just doing some heals. You'll find yourself, Sanya, hidden in a farm about 20-30 feet away. You're observing this. You're hiding in the grasses there in the field. You see what looks like a young spellcaster kind of cowering down by like a show pig, a very large pig. And he's got a spell book out, and you can see him hastily trying to cast things. And then he kind of closes his spell book and slowly stands up, and people are starting to move around. So we'll go with let's see who's in the, we'll go with Blandina on this. Blandina, you were last inside, you went into a building.
Yes.
And you ran up into the top floor. As you come through, you see some folks kind of looking at you. Near you is a large man. He looks very zouave, big kind of puffy pants, a little bit darker skin, and he's got like a bandana tight on his head, very striated and muscular. No shirt, just kind of like a thin vest. And you see him kind of putting a hand crossbow behind his back into a pouch, and you see him sheathing a broadsword. He kind of just drifts back into the building that you're in, and then heads downstairs to where you're at. You can see the keep, which is a 2-story keep of Triboar. It leans to the east a little bit. It's not like a well-kept place. You see the banner of Triboar with the 3 boars. Look like they're charging forward, hanging there, and folks running up to Dorotha Chandrell, who you've seen before, who's like the Lord Protector of the town. You see her passing out, little ripped pieces of notes, and folks like running back and forth. You met Aldo and Hingo, those 2 guardsmen, and you see Aldo standing over Hingo's body, and you see him kind of sobbing and over top of him, and just various folks running around town. But Blandina, is there anything that you would like to do in the beginning here? And then we'll go on the Twitch screen. We'll say Sanya's on deck for what she wants to do next. But Blandina.
So I see this guy. He just kind of fades back into the building and leaves. So no real. I'm just gonna let him leave.
Yep.
Noting that he has a hand crossbow and a broadsword. That's very interesting.
He's probably stood head and shoulders taller than you. He's very wide, very large, and he just almost like a very shy demeanor. Just kind of steps back.
Gotcha. I'll be on the lookout for him just to see where he kind of passive perception, see where he goes. If I see him outside, leaving this building. But my first thought was Bryce. I basically left him in that field to go fight, and I'm gonna pop out onto the balcony and just to see if I can figure out where he is.
You see him Do a perception check. I want to see how much you see.
10.
Okay. You remember, you can see that the talking troll, where you guys began performing the ritual. As you're looking, it's so distracting. There is a large hole in the front door where a boulder went through, and you're seeing a ranger kind of dusting off his shoulders, and his bow is like wrapped around his neck and head, and you see him like stand up, and in the back of your mind you're like, oh yeah, like, yep, classic Quaddle. And he's fixing himself, and in the back of your mind you're like, there's back doors to buildings, but whatever. And you pan forward a little bit, you see that large, couple 100-pound pig, and you see Bryce behind him, and he's kind of like walking behind the pig, like looking ahead, and it makes sense that he was probably seeking cover.
So I'll walk out onto the balcony and do like a little parkour jump over the edge and heading towards his direction.
Do a strength check.
Strength or acrobatics?
Yeah, you can do acrobatics or athletics.
It's
whatever you decide.
22.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Okay.
Yes. It's like,
you
wow,
land, and she's
that's what I
got
thought.
the wooden heel stuff just like just lands. You flip your hair back and stand up briskly, and you hear like, excuse me,
Yeah, Bryce.
from behind you. No, you're still in this compound.
Oh, I turn around. What? Hello?
You see a hooded individual with a patch over his eye, and you can see that the patch distinctly has a snake with wings on it. And you can see about 4 daggers underneath his cloak, just the hilts of them. And he puts his cloak back on, and he's just like, that was a pretty clever lightning bolt there, ma'am.
Yeah, what of it?
That's you guys seem to be pretty skilled adventurers for entering here in Triboar. Welcome to the Triboar Travelers. And he points to very well kept stables. You see another cloaked individual with like a medium-sized crossbow. Put it back underneath his cloak, and he walks into a barn that looks like a stable. And your instant, passive perception is that this is supposed to be like a stabling place, and these dudes are pretty well armed where you're at. If you're looking for some stabling and tack for your horses, if you have any, we'd be happy to take your business. Or if you have any interest in doing any other sudden, let us know.
Sure. Did you not see just what happened? Did you not
He
see
just
that
kind of
battle
looks
that
at
just
you, and he's
happened?
like, yeah. And you can see off to his side that has a hand crossbow in his hand, and he kind of holsters it on a little bit of a rope behind him. And he's like, you guys had this well in hand.
Clearly.
How long do you plan on staying here? Long?
Have no idea. We just got here. Quite literally, we just got here. What was your name again?
Earlham Stockspool. And he comes forward to shake your hand. He's like, sorry, just a little bit amped up from what just happened. Of course, as a merchant here in Triboar, that sort of activity isn't good for business now, is it?
I can't imagine it would be.
He waves over your shoulder to Doratha and gives a 2-fingered salute and a nod. And he kind of looks over and gives weird. You see him giving hand signals on his right hand and his left hand, and about 6 to 8 other individuals, the same well armed, start moving around this, this farm, this stable, and kind of moving back into what appears the shadows. Like when you got there, there wasn't a lot of folks there, and then this place kind of came to life. This particular place that you're in. He's like, so I mean, would you like to stay? He's like, would you like me to put the kettle on for you, or you don't have to run off, ma'am?
I was just using this is your building. I was just using it. Thank you for having it here. I just needed some cover.
Anybody that seeks cover and some high ground in a fight is the type of people we're looking for. And he kind of like moves his patch to the, off to the side and gives you a wink and puts it back. He's like, I won this patch in a fight long ago. So
was that a wink or did you blink?
It keeps up the image.
Did you blink or was that a wink?
Yeah, you can see he's got a pretty significant scar there, and when he moves the patch off to the side, his eye is graying a little bit. But you can tell that he can kind of see a little bit out of it, but there's a lot of like tears, and then he kind of just puts it back.
Well, I'm not looking
Feel
for
free
a
to
place
come
to
back.
stay.
I know you're busy.
Well, absolutely. It's nice to meet you, Earlham. This is just, there's a lot going on right now. Let me come back to you and
Understood.
make my way over to Bryce and Bryce.
Yep. So you walk through as you leave the the Triboar Travelers. You make a left out of their gate. There's fall leaves, trees. As you walk up, Sanya, you see Blandina walking up to you because you're in the same farm, and you don't know this. Tanya, you're still hidden, and you hear Blandina kind of talking over your head to Bryce. Bryce is just like, looks at you, and he's just like, oh, I tried. I'm new to this, and he's got the books and his spell book open, and you see like frost and scorched earth in like 2 spots where he was like aiming for things and just like missing horribly.
If I see that, like I know that experience. Trust me, I know that experience. I've failed at some rays of frost in the past, very recent past.
I've been sent here to keep track of the storm giant activities, and he flips to like an open page of the book and whips out like just like a black it's just the lead of the pencil, and just starts like scribbling away at it's just like a thick gauged writing tool. And he's like, if you don't mind, I want to document as much of this as possible.
Yeah, I would like, shh, let's not talk about that out here. If that's good information, we should probably talk about that somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Do you want to meet somewhere?
Yeah, you're staying up in the keep, is that correct?
No, I was staying in the campground, so I'll find some place to stay. He's like, there's a couple abandoned buildings around here, and he points off to a place with some holes in the roofs, and he's like, I'm sure I'll find something for the night.
Perfect. How about you meet me back here at the Talking Troll later on, and we can discuss this with everybody.
He covers up his nose. He's like, "Ooh, okay." And you can start smelling, orcs that have been hit by lightning bolts and whatnot, and just the prevailing wind's going through. And he's like, "Okay," and he just starts like walking towards the Talking Troll, sits down at a table, and you can see that he's just starting to write, drawing pictures and writing, basically documenting what he's seeing there.
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on him just to make sure he does go in there, and then I'll meet up with everybody else.
Okay, you're kind of frozen in that spot as you start moving. Sanya, you overhear them talking about something vaguely about, hey, I want to document the giants, and him saying like, oh, let's talk about this later. But you're kind of picking up on that. Once again, there's so much hustle and bustle. You could you could disappear for a week in this town, right? Like, so you're just hanging out, but there's so many people that are running around with buckets, putting out small fires and things like that, and you can just sit there and observe and move as you wish. So you know that you have almost advantage on being able to stealth around this place. But what would you like to do? I think you guys are muted. Sorry.
Are we muted, are we?
There you go.
You didn't say you're muted.
Mike. I'm gonna follow Bryce, is it?
Okay, yep.
Try and follow without him noticing and sit in the talking troll.
Okay, do you wanna stealth past? Observe Bryce.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll stealth with advantage.
$19.
Okay. There's a tree, a very large, like, oak tree that is in the back corner of this place, and you can climb up to an outside balcony that nobody's at. There's like old tools and very old, like, say in the summertime, there's, cafe chairs up there, but no one uses it in this weather. You're able to pop up there, get into a corner that's very dark, and you can see, like, where the light is, where anybody would see you, and you're far enough back where you can keep an eye on Bryce and actually see, what he's drawing. Various symbols, and he's basically drawing the armor and the makeup of what the giants were wearing. He's very it's all about the giants, not the Orogs or anything like that. Let's see. Quent, you're there with Mirren, who looks really scuffed up, and Gwen. So the three of you are next to each other. So for all intents and purposes, for you guys, you are very aware of each other. You have that feeling. If you do care, you guys just put down two fire giants. You sheathing your swords and putting your hair back up in your top knot or whatever you're doing. But you're feeling pretty smoked from a pretty hefty fight. Point, you've got a lot of shrapnel and sticks poking out of you from javelins, and some blasts. Gwen has been doing a fantastic job. Gwen, you're feeling really tired from chasing him around, and reacting to this stuff and making sure he's alive as well. Quaddle, you're roughly 30-40 feet as well. Quaddle is walking up, putting his bow away, but I'll give social initiative to Point on this one.
Okay, I'll turn to Mirren. I'll sort of go, you're on your feet, other people aren't so lucky. Let's see what we can do and keep them alive. Do you need anything?
We might have to go and see if we can attend to that guard who was holding the front over by the axe peaks. That might be my first point of business.
We need to also make sure that no one gets near these fire giants. They must have something useful on them and something we need to find out.
They did say in the heat of combat that they need to report to the Duke that it's here, whatever it may be. And whoever the Duke is. But
it was that Duke. Okay, old movie.
Yeah, sounds quite important, whoever he is, but we need to... I can't hang around talking here. There's civilians here that are in need. So I'm going to have to go and help them. But we need to make sure that these...
I'll hold the fort here, make sure that nobody disturbs this area. You want to go and attend to the injured.
Right. I'll go to that guard that Mirren said, and I've got a few healing spells left, and I've got medicine checks, and I'm basically going to go around everywhere possible, making sure all the critically injured people, I will...
As you turn right away, you hear someone inside of a house, and Heineken, you hear this as well. You're on the backside of this small house, and you're hearing it, and Heineken's both hearing it. You hear someone, with you just hear like, still, it's on fire, and it's on fire on four sides. Heineken, you remember that there was a guy that you were talking to earlier when you jumped up on the house. You remember that he was in there at the same time. Heineken was like, whatever, you know what I mean? But like, you can hear this guy in there. Like, the house isn't like it's got its structure left, right? But it is in fuego right now. Like, it's in about 5 minutes, this thing's coming down.
Okay. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to put my hand on my chest, invoke Moradin, and cast protection from energy on myself for fire, and I'm going to run through the door.
Heineken, what are you doing? You're watching Puent bust through the door.
So I'm gonna start blasting Ray of Frost.
Oh, okay. All right.
the house.
Yeah, just cantripping, just like.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So you got about one side. Let's see. So you're gonna bust in there. Let's do a athletics from Puent, and let's just give me a from your side, Heineken. Let's do a perception. Let's do just give me a wisdom check to see if you're squirting the frost in the right, spots.
15.
Okay. Yep. You're hitting the base of the fire with the frost, and you're aiming it up. Puent, what'd you get on the door?
I'm not 20. Not 20,
Okay.
but 21.
You just like Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah! It's like you open up the door, and you see I believe, is this dude a halfling? I think he is. Let me find out. Let me find out what this dude is as I flip through these things. This is the campground, right? Harness shop, Dars. It doesn't say. Yeah, so you see a a smaller man sitting in the, and as the splinters of the wood start flying on him, he's already like because the smoke is coming in. But you break through no problem. Heineken, you got one side of this place pretty well doused from flames. What's the next thing you want to do?
If he's safe, I'm gonna try and continue to
You
put
don't
the
know.
house out.
Yeah, you just
Okay.
know one side. Oh, you just want to continue putting the house
Yeah.
out. Okay, make one more wisdom check.
Thanks for the cheer there, Another World. And
Oh, hey,
thank you-
buddy.
And thank you for the donation. You guys are awesome.
13.
Yep. So you got to the backside and you're just continuing the spritzing. Puent, there he is. He's coughing with his eyes closed. Just trying to stumbling around, complaining. Rightfully so.
And I basically, as I get to him, I'm saying, "Come here, we'll get you out." And I'm just basically scooping up with him one arm and getting the hell out of the room.
Okay, make one more athletics check.
And
Roll
Panda King,
A1.
welcome.
16.
Okay, pretty easy. Scoop him up with your shield, and you fly back out the door that you came in. Smoke bellows behind you, and he's just like looks around. He's like, oh, my house. And you want to continue putting the fire out,
Yeah.
Heineken. And he's just like, "Oh, Dars Halgar at your service, sir. Oh, thank you. And I think in 5e, gnomes are taller than halflings, which is weird.
What was
Not-
his name again?
Dars Halgar, thank you so much. Dars Halgar. And he reaches up to shake your hand. It's like, oh, I was so fortunate to have an adventurers here. He's like, I used to be an adventurer back in the day. And he shows you he pulls up his sleeve, and you can see oh, that's Baldur's Gate. Thinking of he just shows you a guild, like a thieves guild from Waterdeep on his thing. But he's kind of a little bit aged, got a bit of a tummy, and he's trying to praise you. He's like, oh, thank you. And he starts looking into this place. He's like, how can I ever help you?
Thanks for the donation, Annie.
Help everybody else. I say help everybody else here. You're fortunate you're out. Let's get everybody else sorted. And I put him down, look to the nearest person now. We were going to go after that guard that the axe speaks.
Before you go,
Mowed down.
make sure you come back to me. I have something very important to tell you.
What we'll do, there's life and death situations though. Stay alive, get some water.
Staying alive. Let's see. And that brings up Poison. So Poison, you're standing there. You just listen to JD or Mirren and Heineken planning out what was going on. You're kind of just standing there. You see Quaddle kind of walking up. Ranger kind of just walks up behind you. Quaddle that puts you on deck. What would you like to do, Gwen?
I believe I was going to go and help the other adventurer that we had. Couldn't quite remember his name. Go and like kind of watch over the giants, the dead giants, and all that stuff, so that way like nobody kind of tampers with that. You know what I mean? So kind of like just keep an eye out, and like if I see anybody who over here where we are in need of like some healing, I'll kind of like pop one at them.
Yep. So Mirren is a drow paladin of Hyronius, and he's right there kind of watching them as well. You see an Asimar that's been helping you guys out, brought the diamond, helped with the ritual for Quaddle, and he stands there with you to post guard, and then I'll come back to you guys because you want to check out the giants. Quaddle, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna kind of hang back so I can get a full picture of what Heineken's doing and what Darkblade's doing. Try and take some cover and just have my bow ready.
Okay.
I don't trust that everything's completely over right now.
You don't trust me. You don't trust Tim. Go ahead and do a check of your preference to kind of get this as you step back, to the other side of this, and you observe this as well, Sanya. You see, the ranger kind of step back to the, and you lose line of sight of him as he goes to the other side of the building.
So, are you looking for like a perception check of what I'm seeing, or like a stealth check?
Yeah, just if you want to do, how do you want to observe this place? Do you want to observe it through, your skills through nature, survival check, or you just want to do an overall perception check of what's going on?
A nature check, and that is 12.
Okay. You sit back and you take like a knee. There's a little bit of a junk pile on the opposite side of the tavern where there's compost and things like that. You're able to kind of settle in there, drift back a little bit, and see the lay of the land. You kind of look up as opposed to down, and you see some birds flushing off to the opposite side of the keep. And you kind of focus in. You see one of the magmans just like glowy, like just running away as fast as they can. It's probably 200-300 meters away, and just running alone and out of there. You look off to your right, and you see down the Evermore Way, or this is the Triboar Trail, right? Yeah. So you look down the Triboar Trail where you guys came, and you see Falcon walking up to the keep where the market square is, and he's got an axe beak by the reins, like walking it back up, and you can tell one of the dirty poor leathered saddles is on its back, and you can see him like trying to cut it off him, and kind of free the axe beak. Anything else would you like to do? Alrighty. We'll bring it back to Mirren. You're the Giants. What would you like to do?
Carrying an item, and then they dropped it, being that they were felled. I'm going to essentially analyze that item to see what it is, if it's obelisk or something that we may need, and then I'll look at the Giants after.
Okay. And Gwen, you can help him out with this. You're standing right there.
On perception.
15 of perception?
Yep.
Okay.
0.
1 second.
Okay. 15's the number. Congratulations. So, as you look at this thing, you see an adamantine, like it's like a ring, okay? And you pull it out. It's a very, very nice metal. And the reason why you know this is, well, you don't. So I'm metagaming. You don't know that it's adamantine. Puent does, but you know this is what Puent was calling Mordite. It looks like the same type of metal. It would take 2 people to carry this thing. This ring is like huge. As you look at it closely, there are small runes in it, but you get the sense that this is part of some other construct. Like this thing is a part of something else. A bit of a magical aura to it.
Well, it's not going to go walking away. It requires 2 people to grab unless another giant comes along. So we're good there. He's off doing stuff, so I won't bother him at the moment. And then I'll take a gander at the fire giants themselves, see if they have any goods worth, I guess, reusing.
Okay. I'll let you both check them. So as he goes and checks one, do you want to check the other, or you want to check the same one with him? How do you want to approach this, Gwyn? As he's beginning to search the giants, do you want involved in this as well?
Sure. I'll help him search them together. I'll help him search one, and then we'll move to the next.
Okay. So he's gonna. All right, that works.
Sword. Giant sword.
Okay.
18.
The male.
Yep.
All right. You see that he's got a like a knapsack in his lower back that like is like a circular container. And as you open this thing, and it's about like this big, you know, you're like screech, screech. You inside of this thing, you immediately pull out like a large wooden oar. You reach in there a little bit farther. You find a carved statue of a dwarf. Farther in, you feel something soft, and you pull out a very nice, coiled up. You know how, like, if you were a professional mountaineer, hempen rope, like 50 feet of it. A drinking horn that's about this big. Like, it's
Sized.
and a giant-sized bone comb and a giant-sized skinning knife. You keep reaching farther, like, oh, this is kind of lame. You roll him over, and on his neck is a necklace with a red gem on it that's about that big. Amongst that, a massive greatsword, right? Like, that's
They can't do anything with it.
yeah, like you know, but and as you do this, you see quietly Gwen and Mordrin, Sanya and Blandina. You guys see what's his face? The shop owner from the Triboar Travelers and that Zuav guy walk up and just start like peering at what's going on. Oh, go ahead.
So he's walking up to Mirren and Gwen.
Yep. Thank you, Annie, for the donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead, Blandina.
Yeah, I'll walk up behind him and basically try to sway him to like, let's stay away from these fire giants until we figure out what the hell's going on.
He looks at you and he's like, "Yeah, we'll be safe."
Are you sure about that?
He laughs. He's like, "I understand. We're not going to take anything of yours.
I'm not worried.
We're well invested."
I'm not worried about you taking anything. I just don't know what's going on with these fire giants, and I'd rather keep the rest of the town safe. So let my compatriots here deal with this, and let's just stay back.
Okay. Make a persuasion check. Do you want to use? Or you want to use intimidation?
Oh no, not intimidation.
Okay.
That is, let's see, plus your persuasion plus 5, 16.
Okay. He grabs. He's like Velkin. To the large Zouave man, he's like Velkin. Let's let them have their time. If you find anything of interest, I know my way around the world. I know a few things, and I would very certainly like to know a little bit more about you. Is there any chance that maybe you could come by for some tea tonight around, I don't know, dusk?
I'll give it some thought. I have some other business to contend with, but
So you're gonna hold the corner with him because he's gonna stay right there and like watch. He's not gonna go any farther.
No,
but he's gonna stay there and keep observing.
Yeah, I'll stand there with him and just make sure.
And he's gonna look at Bryce and be like, "Is he with you?"
With us?
He seems new to town.
He came here at the same time we did. I hardly know him. Do you know anything about him?
Okay. Never met him. So they'll hang back. Anything else you want to do, Blandina?
No, I just wanted to keep them away from.
Okay.
I don't know anything about him. So.
Okay. Sanya, you see Blandina talking to these two individuals as well. They look very, despite the fact that they came from those stables, you have been in this town for a couple days, and you're fully well tracking that they're like on the high end of the Zentarum. Like they're not like aggressive about being Zentarum. They work here, but you know that Blandina is talking to two people that are members of the Zentarum. But they're not aggressive. You know what I mean? Like they're just.
I'm just keeping an eye on the situation, but also gonna keep a Bryce and go. I don't know. They're looking at the giants. Aren't you interested in that? Didn't you want to go and have a look to Bryce? But if I can get to him and say that quietly.
Yeah, you can pop down, and he's like, Blandina said that I have to stay here.
Okay.
I don't want to upset her. I didn't perform very well in the battle, and I just.
You did try.
Did you see that big circle thing that they pulled out of the? And he points, and they're like wheeling out this large. They're like, oh, and he just writes down something in his notes.
Yeah, it's quite large metal. Don't know what it is, so but you might do.
Yeah, I probably could figure it out. And he just keeps like flying back into his notes and like assessing like other weird mechanical things.
I'll leave you to it. I'll hop down and see someone else.
When you go back to the town square, where you see people dragging up the orcs and piling them up, you know, and in a way of we're going to burn them type of situation, and you know, they're like people are bringing up large animals to get the orogs and the ogre out of there as well. There are a few people that are injured. There's like one woman and a small child that seem to have some burns on their body that were near the white wheel, and they're just kind of, you know, taking shelter near the white wheel.
Do they look like
Aldo looks dead? Huh?
Do they look like they're just injured, or they're about to die type thing?
Just injured. Like if you wanted to use a spell to heal them, you would do that. Like yes.
I don't have many spells. That'd be nice if I had spells.
You can do a medicine check.
Yeah,
Hey, thanks for the follow, Husky House.
Medicine check of 12.
Okay, you're able to see that keeping the open to the air and just at least getting some water on the on the wound. Quaddle, yeah, on the wound.
Yeah, I'll give them all the advice I can on that.
Yep. And then like, hey, come out, let me change the bandage later. You know what I mean? And you give her some basic advice to take care of each other. And you see that an individual comes out, a male comes out of the white wheel, and he's got buckets of water as well. He's got two buckets of water, and he sees that you're, trying to dab them, and he drops one, and he's like, "Narth, good to meet you, white wheel," and he walks away.
Okay. So, is there anyone I can see that's like they're having major trouble trying to sort of either bring them back or they're unconscious? Is there?
Yeah, you see Hingo is dead. One of the NPCs, you know what I mean? But and Aldo is like over top of him.
Is he dead or just unconscious?
Yeah. He's got NPC plot death, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, so he doesn't have 5e rules. And you see the rest of their family coming up. Another thing that you do notice is over the course of like the next 5-10 minutes, same with you, Quaddle, same with Sanya, you see armed individuals showing up, and they come in, they run into the keep, and they come out with like a spear and a buckler, a spear and a shield, as if the militia is starting to arrive. Right? This happened really fast, and something that you did know is you kind of solved the case really quickly. Daratha, Shendrel, you can see, is kind of still busy passing out orders and getting order for things, and people are starting to surround her more and more, and like overwhelming her with questions and things like that. You can see that she's starting to like back up to go to the keep, and she's trying to talk over people, but it just seems like very chaotic.
I'm going to walk up to Daratha. I'm just going to get to the front of the queue in normal dwarvish style, and whilst went at the front, turn to the people that are harassing Daratha and go, "You don't need a leader in this situation. Just do what's right and do what's good. Get out there, save people, keep people alive, deal with the politics tomorrow."
Do the intimidation check. Let's see it. I want to see if they just start rioting and they're like, with your fantastic charisma.
20, but not natural.
Nice. They all like snap out of it. You can see they have like the dusty tear marks is something that you notice, and they take a deep breath and they get back to it. They start getting in line to put out some of the small fires, and you can see from the distance, Garland like looks at you and kind of gives you a nod. Daratha like grabs you by your arm, and she's like, "Quick, with me." And she wants to bring you back up into the keep. Heineken, you see this as well. You were putting this thing out, and you see Daratha leading Quent into the keep.
Very well. I'll follow.
Okay. All right. I just want to give you a buddy. So you kind of walk up. You can see that the keep has got, you see metal scraping and things like that. And there's like an offside room where there's a bit of an armory. Like if you're familiar with the Shire Reef situation, like this is the reef. There's all the weapons for the militia are in here, and there's a guy in there like slowly passing out weapons and leather armor to the various farmers and whatnot that collect into this place. Daratha, brings you guys in, and she sits behind a desk, and she just kind of like wipes her face, and she's kind of like takes a big deep sigh and like stares at the ground, and she shakes her head and she looks up at you guys from like a small stool. She's like, I'm the Lord Protector, but I'm an agent of an organization called the Harpers. You may or may not be familiar with this. It strikes me, and maybe you, a little odd that 2 fire giants are this far south. And she just like looks at Point and she looks at you. Do you agree?
To be honest, I don't know where fire giants come from. So I don't know if this is too far south, too far north, or wherever, to be honest. I've not seen one.
Help me with the term, but it's iron slag or iron, what is it?
Yes.
Yes, that place. But it's far north from here. Anyways, they're from that place. I'll have the name of it when it pops up, but they're farther from the north. The fact that they're down here in the Desserin River Valley is, without me and she, receiving some sort of warning, it's bizarre. She's like, I understand that, that the Well of Dragons, that there's a crisis, but us in the frontier, we're not really heavily involved. We didn't send many of our soldiers. Our network is still rather active here.
Just to say, Iron Slag is just northeast of Citadel Felbar, so it's
you would be kind of aware of where that's at. We'll just say like that's kind of strange. It's like I think the rest of this area needs to be aware of the situation. And she looks at you, Heineken, and Point. She's like, if I can be so bold, I implore you to travel east along the Evermore Way. If you could visit the Danavar's house in Everland and she peels a badge off it. It's like a platinum looking badge. And it's got the Triboar insignia on it. She's like, if you could visit Danavar's house in Everland and give this badge to Dral Theliv. He's a half orc with one eye, and he's a proprietor of Danavar's house. If you could give this to him and explain to what just happened here, I can get upwards of 300 militiamen within 2 or 3 days, and we can start running patrols here.
I'll say, Dral
Theliv, Dral Theliv, which is Thelev. Could be Telev, Thelev. It's her vernacular. It's her way of saying it. But it's just east along the Evermore Way. And then there's a town called Everland, and I believe you'll know because it's through Yartar, which is a pretty popular town. You just keep carrying on.
Okay. I could be talked into this.
Do you think it's something that we should be leaving now? Because to be honest, they could come back and looking at...
Absolutely, but in the meantime, I have a calling to get the information out. You understand that my calling is to the Harpers, which is we do want, to flatten some of the knowledge here for the betterment of Faerun. If you could help me in this matter, that would be fantastic. If you could get the word out, I feel like I can trust you guys. And she looks straight at your symbol of Morden, and kind of taps it. Could you please, as some of the light in Faerun, help us. I don't have much to offer you. She's like, I can say that the White Wheel may, could refit you. I can direct you to, some of the establishments here that, could help refit you in the next few days.
Well, if we need to leave now,
no, I don't think you need to leave. It'll take me at least 2 days to get the militia mustered. It's a word I was looking for. To muster the militia.
I thought you said mustard. I'm like,
they must muster the militia.
Well, we can do our best, but is there your city's in to be honest, it's had a bit of a bashing.
She walks you to a smaller arrow slit, and she looks and she's like, to be honest, you guys acted so quickly. And she looks, and you can see some of the fires are out in the village. Triboar comes together. You know, she says, she's like, this is not your town, you know, that will just fall apart. Triboar will come together, and you can see people working together, putting out the brush fires, and she'll look out, and she'll be like, see? It's, you know, other than them dragging out these orcs, she's like, I can't offer you much, but, you know, she takes a whistle, she's like, their loot belongs to these adventurers, and she yells outside. She's like, but you can have, you can take what you want from them. And she's like, oh, look. And she looks at Falcon. She's like, and maybe an axe beak if you talk to Falcon. But other than that, it's like, you guys have done an amazing job for Triboar.
How many axe beaks have they got? Have they got like 7, maybe?
Well, there's 7 dead axe beaks, and there's 1 alive. Yeah, but if you're looking for horses, she's like, I can direct you to the Cart and Coin. I can direct you to Wainwright's Wagons. They used to make some really good wagons. And she looks around. She's like, some of them work in our militia, but she's like, they used to make really good wagons, but they make pretty decent carriages. There's a pony farm that we have, but there's definitely reasonable horses here if that's what you're looking for.
Well, anything that could get us to Everland faster would also be good. It spreads the word more.
They're very fair prices. Triboar Travelers, she kind of looks at you and she's like, their prices are a little bit steeper, but they're better horses. You can find just about anything you want there. And she kind of looks at you and she's like, that they are the Zentarum. They have, if you need any other information, you go there, but remember, if you're they're in it for blood if you start working for them.
I thought the Zentarum were being phased out.
She's like, she looks over at the White Wheel. She's like, that used to be one of their establishments, but yes, there is a little bit of an issue there. As I said, this Zentarum, they're kind of on the up and up, but yes, they do have ties to black market things. And she coughs. She's like, human trafficking. But anyways, you know, stay away from that.
I turn to her and go, and you know that, and you still let them operate in your town?
They don't do anything of that level here. And if I can shift their mindset to bring them to the light, then what do you think? You know,
What about, this could be one of their legit operations that are funding their illegitimate.
She looks off and she's like, yeah, I understand. Would you drive them out right now?
Well, once you start letting darkness into your town, it will take over.
There is a bit of a balance. You know, there is darkness everywhere here, and if they're here and they're running a front and they're not causing any problems, to me, and she kind of listens in, and she's like, it helps me keep an eye on their activities.
Oh, I get that, but it's just they tried that in where I come from. Organized crime tried to move in. We stamped it out. It's never returned.
She stands up, you know, a little bit taller and shakes off a little bit of the trauma from what she went through, and she's like, I have it well in half. Great, great. I have it in hand. But I do appreciate your candor, and I will keep that in mind. But I'm not going to slip to the darkness, nor will I let Triboar.
That's fine. Well,
if it keeps the business rolling in, so be it.
I'm concerned that maybe this is legitimate here, which is good, but then is the money being funneled into other illicit activities that you don't see? Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yep. I understand. Is there anything else that I can help provide you in the meantime?
To be honest, at this point in time, we've got somewhere to stay. We're here for a couple of days. We need to get back out and help people. But I appreciate what you've done. Is there anything we can do more for you whilst we're here for the next 2 or 3 days?
Like, it looks like the talking troll took some pretty bad damage into it. If it rains, you guys are gonna get wet as we try to repair it. But there's the 6 windows, and she kind of points off to a 2-story inn. She's like, that's run by Talmara Heistrin. She's a little bit intrusive, but a very nice lady, a well-kept establishment. If
intrusive,
she's gonna talk your face off. She'll be looking through the cracks of your door and whatnot. Some people that don't spend more than 1 or 2 nights there. She's a little bit nosy, but she's lonely. Her husband went missing a while back. If you are looking for something nicer, there's a place where some of the Waterdavians stay. It's called the Everwyvern House, and she points in the distance. There is a villa that you can see, very well kept orchards, and then she points. She's like, and the pleasing platter is attached to it, which is a highfalutin, 3 Michelin star restaurant that's out here. Not too many people go there because we can't afford it.
I'll turn to her and say, I appreciate it. Please don't let Blandina know about that location. She'll be there all over. She'll never want to leave. We need to keep her on the road doing stuff. You're not there.
That's not very nice.
But you'll continue chatting. Do you want to leave? How do you guys want to do this, Heineken and Puent? Do you want to stay there and keep talking to her, or do you guys want to move on as I move to Poison? Move back to Poison. And no, I'll go to Kyle. You've been quiet.
I'll turn to Heineken and say, should we stay or should we go and see if there's anyone else that needs some help?
Let's go see if people need help in the town. But I'm really interested about going east to see the drawers guy.
Yeah, I'm as well. Also, we need to get somewhere to stay tonight. But let's see what we can do. Let's go and find the rest of the guys and see where we can stay. A couple of places. We either stay in the troll place we're in. We can always help repair the roof and make sure it stays a bit watertight tonight. Or those 6 windows sounds quite a nice place to go. I'll change it. We just keep the villa away from Blandina. We'll never get her out of there.
That's valid. So here's the other thing. I feel really bad. I sent a bunch of geese to their death in that fight. And I think we should honor those geese by finish cooking them and eating them.
Yeah, that geese sounds lovely.
All right, I'm going to go round up the corpses of our colleagues for dinner.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Let's go and see if we can round up and get back to the group and see what's happening. We also need to check in really with Mirren and that to see. We need to get there just to see if there's anything if they found anything from Giants.
I like where your head's at, but this east thing, does that mean we get to get horses now? Because I can't be asked to walk.
Oh, totally. But that's a couple of days away. Let's look at now and set up tomorrow.
Sounds good.
And Tim, we'll head back to see if we can find Mirren and Gwen.
He's in the bathroom.
So that means we can make up stuff, and he's just got to abide by it because he doesn't hear it.
Like, oh, so we found this golden, giant long
It's okay. It's okay. It's,
I just found a chest over here.
Hidden somewhere.
I thought Doretha was going to give us the villa to stay in, but she didn't. So we're not going to mention that to Blandina. So
That's not very nice of you.
you don't know it's not very nice because you don't know it's happening.
Skylar is saying that, not Blandina. Hey, thanks for the raid. Off-duty honor.
Tyler said that.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Tim, Heineken and Puent are heading back to see Mirren and Gwen just to find out what they found, and then try to round everybody up to make a decision of where we're staying tonight. And
Okay.
The 2 options are we retrofit the troll place that we're in to see if we can repair the damage, or we see if we can get into the 6 windows.
Okay. Quaddle, you kind of watch. You've been watching these interactions happen, and you see Mirren and Gwen kind of pilfering the fire giant and roll out this giant wheel that the female fire giant had. What would you like to do?
First things first, I'm gonna do a little healage action on myself.
Okay.
Second level cure wounds. So I'm gonna do that real quick, and then I'm gonna roll another perception check. I feel like not much else is going on, but I'll roll the perception check before I go back and join the party.
Okay.
Okay. And that is a 17.
Okay. You see, where's she from? So, alibi. There is a metric fudge ton of NPCs in this town. so yeah. Give me. I gotta. Okay. You see in the distance, you were following that Magman, and you see 2 horsemen run out, chuck like 2 spears through it, and you see an explosion out there and a horse fall about 300 meters out, and the other horse kind of darts off, and then he comes back, and you're kind of watching this scene kind of unfold, or a guy like gets up, and you see him look at the horse, and you see him take a spear and put the spear in the horse's neck, and they kind of just sit down and they shake their head, like, and you're kind of just like, I don't know how that hits you, but and as you see that, your eyes come forward and you see another inn closer. Like, as you focus back in, there's an inn on the other side of the campground, and there's a woman holding like 3 mastiffs, like really tight by a leash, and she's kind of like looking around and just kind of watching folks. And as she sees, you can see her kind of waving towards the party, like, for whatever reason.
Okay,
so she has that exclamation point over her head.
Yeah, definitely. But it's not a yellow one, it's a white one. You know what I mean? Like,
gotcha.
Yeah.
So seeing the militiamen put down the horse, I mean, I have understanding and compassion for the position that they're in. Not ideal, but I think that's the best way about it for the horse. And then I'm looking at the woman holding the mastiffs, waving towards the party. Do I see what the party's reaction is to that?
You can see at this time Puent and Heineken walking up. Blandina, the 2 Zentarum, as your party gets a little bit bigger, they kind of walk off and like head, somewhere into town and just head to the, there's a lot of people in the piazza. They're like, everybody's talking to everybody. There's a man holding a very ornate saddle. You kind of notice there. They leave, and you see Quaddle, Puent, and Heineken walk up to Blandina. She's kind of, as I'm perceiving, you're just keeping an eye on these 2 Zents that are walking off. Like, give them the, get fudged. Don't. This here's our property.
Right. Yeah. So I'll let Puent know. It's like, did you see those two yahoos that were just standing up here walking off?
Yeah. They're Zents, aren't they?
What is the Zentarum? I'm not familiar with that organization.
Okay. Come a bit closer. Don't want to be. I'll turn to you and go, does where you come from have any organized crime?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Right, they're basically the organized crime people that do a lot of bad things. They like try to be nice to people. They try to do things, but yeah, let's just say if anything's bad in Farun, generally there's Entrum behind it, slavery, everything from anything from slavery down to it's just appalling. They put a nice face on and they're nice to people in public.
They've
So
asked.
Quaddle, you're seeing this interaction happening where they're like, oh, and they're pointing at those two guys or whatever. Where did you?
They
subtly.
So they've asked for me to meet with them later on tonight. I'm thinking about doing it just to see what information I can gather for the Harpers.
No.
And then, so as I'm seeing this, I'm going to just kind of pop up slowly from my HUD site and try and get back into the crowd as much as possible without being seen. And just keeping an eye on the party members from in there, keeping an eye on the Zentarum, just to see if anything transpires from this. But just trying to be as gray man as possible.
Okay. You walk by the front of where the boulder hit you and went straight into the building. For a moment, you see the table where you were basically resurrected, right? And you see the priest that resurrected you. He's like sitting down and his hands are between his knees. You know what I mean? Like his head's between his knees and he's just kind of sitting there like rubbing his head, looking like exhausted and kind of shaking his head out. And he's got his holy symbol in his hand. And you see Colleen, the proprietor of the Talking Troll, kind of, looking at this gigantic hole in, it's like a garage door size hole in this building. And, he's like, he kind of just looks at you and he's like, no hammer and nail's gonna fix that, is it? And he just starts sobbing. You know what I mean? Just like, so the Talking Troll is having a really bad day. Other folks are like, woo, like my building didn't get smoked. And it's very easy to be a gray man in this situation, but you're kind of noticing these things. You overhear Blandina, something about the Zentarum, and she's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then you see the other two trying to roll over a giant, and they're messing with, this big artifact. And then you see Sonya sitting side by side with this young young wizard who's scribbling away at the book. Did I miss anybody? Yep. And we'll go back to Poison and Mirren, or Gwyn and Mirren.
Now that the party is starting to amass essentially in the city of the fire giants, I'll call out the Quint and Blandine and be like, got this huge metal ring. Don't know what to do with it. But you are, very fond of metals. What do you got?
So you guys are all everybody's within listening distance. So I'm going to put the party together. Okay? Sanya, things are quiet enough where you're at in your acuity to be able to like spy on stuff. You can hear what they're saying. Same with you. So you guys are all, you're together. And now I'm going to shut up and you guys have it.
Okay, I'll walk up to Mirren, put my hands on this metal. Yeah. Does it look, feel, taste, and obviously I'll lick it because I'm a dwarf. I'll do the normal stuff. Is it the same sort of material as the morite that I'm used to?
Yes. And she has clutched in her hands a large rod of the same material.
Well, I got told this material was rare. Seems to be falling from trees these days. Look at this. It's like, how big's this ring?
Blame these guys. Don't blame me.
Well, we need to take this metal and give it to Fohammer. Geldrin.
Hold on. Before we do that, Quint, I need to get Bryce. Bryce needs to check this out. I'm going to run into the trolls and get Bryce.
As you're doing that, I turn to these guys and go, Bryce, anyone? Who's she going to get now? Fine.
Blandina, you see Bryce sitting next to Sanya
I'm just
at a
Bryce,
table.
get out here now. Come on, let's go.
He stands up and he looks at Sanya and he's like, "Excuse me, miss." And he pushes back his chair and he's got his hair and he's trying to keeps trying to push it back and he's like, yes, Blandina, yes, like that, yes. And he's like, how can I help?
Like you need to see this out here. Come with me.
He's like, I'm just here to document for the Arcane Brotherhood. I don't know anything. They're sent me because I'm expendable. And he's like looking around at all these like, explosion marks where the magmans blew up, and he's kind of like, you see him like walking like really slowly when it comes to the fire giants.
Well, it's like if you're recording stuff about giants, then you probably need to see this.
He's like, thank you. And he's like, do you mind if I start drawing this? I can get this back to the Arcane Brotherhood and we can find out. We can.
As long as if you know information about giants, like this is all we know. As I pull out my obelisks and the ordning book, like this is all we know. We don't know why these giants showed up, what the hell is going on. So you're collecting information about storm giants?
He's like, yeah, that's. I know one thing. That right there is a rod of Vonendad, which it does something, and you're just gonna have to wait a second.
It does things? That's amazing.
Yes, and he picks it up and he opens up Chrome, and he goes through the Storm King Thunder Guide, and he brings up Triboar, and he goes to page 3 of it.
Does Bryce have an obsidian tablet?
Yeah.
An obsidian tablet.
So he's like, I think, based on this being of the same material, and he looks at Puent, very, very rare material from old Faerun. Of course, there's a lot of it here, which could come at a very pretty price, especially to the Arcane Brotherhood. I could at least have them reward you if you needed, but this, which he's like struggling to he sets it back down because it's too heavy for him. He's like, you can cast locate objects up to about 1d6 plus 4 times depending on who attunes to it. So he looks at it and says, yeah, it recharges. Actually, he's like, you can cast locate object with this device. This is very useful. And obviously they were using this to track down this piece. And the only reason I could think, and he's like, if I could get this piece back to some of the experts, we could figure out what they're trying to do with this.
What makes you say this is a piece of something? It's a circle.
And he's like, what if you can see this is part of a gear? And he shows you a picture of another various, it looks like a construct, kind of like Bork that you met, but it's like, in Iron Man, they explode him. You know what I mean? So there's like a picture of a Bork type automaton, and like next to it, there's like an exploded thing, and you can see the ring. And he's like, I think this goes in a shoulder of something.
I look at the ring. I look at this. How big is this ring?
He's like, this is part of an enormous construct. And he just kind of looks up and he's like, what did he say?
So what size is the ring?
Something that would be huge.
So the ring's huge. If that is an arm joint or shoulder joint of something, that's going to be incomprehensibly large.
Fire giant size, really.
Bigger than fire giant size?
Or larger?
You see more people are starting to walk up as well. You see Alestra Ogar, the woman that runs the White Wheel. You see her walking up with her partner, the guy that had, and he's got like one empty bucket with him. And she just looks back and she's like, "You guys aren't willing to part from that, are you?" And she kind of smiles. That could go for that type of metal can go for a pretty penny at the White Wheel.
We'll let you know if we decide to sell it. We're not at the moment.
She winks and she's like, "Well, hurry before the word gets out." And she looks over at, you know, the Triboar Traveler's place as you see a horse just head straight down the Triboar Trail.
And as she says that, I say, "What do you mean by that?"
Oh, competitors.
Well, we need to get this to Galdrin. He'll know what to do with it.
With that, talk to Blandina, see if she can get with Bryce and have them trade info on the books, because he's got apparently information in his book that we don't know that may very well influence how we use this ring. Well, and the rod of find things.
So how big is this rod of findy things?
Oh, yes, that's exactly. Boop boop boop.
Because you said it is really heavy.
4
So is
feet
this
long
something
and
like-
weighs about 100 pounds.
Oh, that's
The
great.
rod has 2 prongs, one at each end, and a molded handle grip on the opposite end. It's got 2 prongs on each end and a molded handle grip that you can't necessarily grip because you're not the size of a giant. But to them, it looks like a martial staff when they were holding it. To you, it's just a post.
Be quite hard to carry around, Mirren.
Yeah, but if we put it on the back of a wagon and just see where we need to find everything, we can guide the wagon where we need to go.
So I'm just working this out. If it's a really big diameter and it's made of this material, we could make several suits of armor out of this.
Or smaller things of finding things. Then we get the rest.
It's massive.
Because
Orlam Stockspool is just like, let me know if you need to get this off your hands, because I'm pretty sure you're going to get some pretty steep offers for this, but I don't want to bug you. And she,
What's the steep offer you're going to do? What's the steep offer you're going to? If we're going to get steep offers from other people, how much are you going to offer us for it?
I'll give you 5,000 gold pieces and gems.
Just for the rod?
Oh, for the rod? No, for the circle.
I'll lean in. I bet you can make some pretty sick armor with this stuff.
No. Galdrin could make some sick armor with this stuff. You need to be a specialist kind of smith to work this material.
Yeah.
well,
You know what I
I think you
mean.
could use whatever metal this is made of to make that one thing we came here to have him make in the first place.
What were you do? What was that? You hear her say?
And not the
Yeah, I turn to Mirren and go. Yeah,
If we wait, she says, my ex, we could get him. He lives in Phandalin. We could get a hold of him, and he's been hunting things like this for a while.
Who is your ex?
Is it just Clive?
Darthag Ogar was we had a split, and she looks at this guy that's next to her, you know what I mean, like as we split, she looks at him, we have split, but you know, you can tell this dude has a bit of a weird jealousy thing going on as he just yeah not supposed to mention her name, but
It's okay. You do not have to be jealous ever again, but that's fine. And So we need to keep this. If that horse going is what I think it is, we need to keep this rod and ring under quite close guard, somewhere safe.
She's like, that's true, but we do need to get a hold of Darthag. I think he's quite knowledgeable about. This is what he was looking for, and I can't believe it was here the whole time. You know, she looks and, you know, she looks at Yesserin, her companion. I'm like, it's fine. I just, you understand what I'm saying. This was what broke us. Not to say that you're not all right, but you know.
I'll lean into Mirren and go, do you want to tell her or should I?
Yeah, I'll have to break it down. So Falcon was supposed to get here before we did. Darthag had a letter that he penned for you in his last moments. He is no longer of this world. But just walked into town so we get that letter real quick for you.
That's unfortunate. I'll be at the. She's just kind of like, you see her kind of do one of these weird yawn things where she's kind of, all right, Yesserin, can you stay here with them? I've got to check the specs on the rotary girder, and she kind of walks off back to the white wheel. She looks at, she's like, thank you for that. If I could get that letter, I'd appreciate it. And she walks back to the white wheel. Yesserin's kind of sitting there like, you can sense that like a little bit of you know what I mean. He's like, oh, and he goes to give her like the fakest, oh no, oh, Darthag's dead, oh no, you know, like but he kind of stays there and he's just like, well, the offer still stands. She's, you know, obviously going to be grieving, but we'll be at the white wheel whenever you guys decide. We have quite a large selection. If you guys plan on, you know, continuing your adventures. And he turns his back and walks off.
So I turn back to the guys and go, well, we need to see what we can do with this this material, but if we can't protect it from the Zents, we might as well give it to somebody that will get some out of it.
Yeah, let's talk to your dwarven friend, see if it can be of use, and if so, then make use of it, because the giants are looking for it, and it's in its current state. Probably more use of them as it is, rather than being broken down. So probably solve that quickly before we.
Oh yeah. This, however useful this rod may be to find things, it's unwieldy and.
Well, not the rod, the ring. The ring can be broken down into other stuff, so that is not of use. What I'm talking about.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's
look around for a ring.
Let's see if we can take. And when I say that, was there anything else on these fire giants that you found?
Oh yeah, so they had a statue of a dwarf. Looks about your size, oddly enough. And then a couple other things.
A statue of a dwarf.
Yeah.
Can I have a look at the statue of the dwarf?
Yeah, statue of a dwarf. So that,
is it just? Does it look?
Yep, it's you see a statue. It's built of some sort of white like material. It looks almost like about of a bone. It's got a dwarf with a hammer, a circular shield with a mug on it, and a helm with one horn and one horn broken.
Oh, do I recognize this dwarf?
If you don't recognize the M, be allowed to be a dwarf. You have to give me your dwarf card. Please hand over your
exactly.
dwarf card.
I know, because that's the legendary hero Brunner Battlehammer. God.
And you recognize that this is also, if you want to do a quick check on the what it's made of.
Yep. I will do my dwarven roll of rolliness to find out what material it's made of. I rolled a 16. I have no idea what to add to it.
You get the sense that it's Scrimshaw from Knucklehead Trout. This is probably worth a lot of money at the fact that in your mind there's probably only one person who would have possibly been able to carve this out of Scrinch. Not only is this Bruner, you see on the bottom of it an R.
Yes. Oh. I'm like, do you mind if I keep holding this, Miriam?
Yeah, no, by all means.
Yeah, take this piece of junk. I don't care what this is.
Landina, being that you're a fan of magical things and that necklace you had before is kind of gone now. There's another necklace with a red gem. So we'll take a gander at this one.
Oh, really? Absolutely.
Yep.
So it's got like it's pretty long because it was around the neck of a giant. You could almost wear it like as a purse. You know what I mean? But in the bottom of it is a pretty nice ruby pendant. Non-magical, but it is a pretty decent sized ruby. Yeah.
I'll
What do
tie.
you reckon it's worth, that ruby?
I don't know.
Reckon it's worth. Depends on who you sell it to. Yeserin's right there, and he's like, we'd probably take it for 750 gold pieces. That's a pretty nice ruby.
What do we have money wise as outside of everything? What do we have money wise as far as the group is concerned?
Do you want me to just do a timeout? Beep.
Yeah.
Accounting 101, we have currently in the party fund. We have 1,000 copper pieces. We have 505 silver pieces. We have 330 gold pieces. Now we have some items that we have not sold yet and various things. We've got 15 times 10 gold gems. So that's 150 gold worth of gems. We've also got 10 golden nuggets worth 10 gold each. We've also got a silver rod, which is an unmovable rod, which no one seems to have used yet. I don't know why.
We have an immovable rod.
Next one. We got an removable. Yeah. I don't know who's got that yet. I have no idea, but it's the list.
Manu / Landino wants a movable rod.
We then got a staff of bird calls, which I think Heineken's got.
Yep.
We then got a cloak. I have no idea what that cloak is. It's just it was magical, and we put it in the bag of holding.
I think the cloak of billowing Heineken has as well.
Yep. And then we have a bag of holding, which you have.
Yeah.
And we then just got the stuff we've just found. So we've got.
Then why don't we just keep this gem? It's a 750 gold piece, you know, in very compact form. So.
Yeah, it's just that some places won't accept 700 as a. We might do some trading and stuff. We've also got the ring of metal that we've been offered 5k for. We then got the rod of Vonning Dodd. And we've now got this little scrimshaw of a dwarven legend that's never leaving my sight ever. So that's valueless. That's kind of like 0 gold because it'll never get sold.
It costs 1 point's life. 1 point's dead hands.
And we haven't done
All right, let's see. We're gonna use up some of these some other voices here. Gwyn, you're watching all of this happen. Are you what posture are you taking while this is going down? And then we're gonna go to Heineken next, just so you guys are engaging and getting ready to what you want to do next. Gwen, you're hearing the alphas of the group, talking back and forth. You don't necessarily have to join in if that's not your case. What are you thinking? What are you
at the current moment, I am kind of more or less watching our surroundings and seeing who may or may not be kind of eavesdropping, or perhaps maybe getting a little too close to the giants, because, you know, who knows if we might have overlooked something. So I am keeping my eye on that and making sure that nobody's, like, you know,
Okay.
suspiciously around us.
So you're new to the party, just as someone else in the party. So go ahead and make a perception check.
Roger, roger. Okay. That is a 6.
Oh, okay. Yep. Looks like a village. People are bustling around. You know, your armor's a little bit tight, and the fact that you just gotta get it situated a little bit more, and that's, you know, just from running around and a little bit of a, you know, nipple chafage from the chainmail. You know, you're just like, I wish I could perceive a little bit better. But you're overhearing their conversation. You're trying to stay involved. We'll go Heineken, then Sonya. Sonya from the table. Heineken, what do you, as you're listening to this go down, you're hearing them kind of go through the resources and where and how maybe to store this. This thing is like, you have to like wheel it up. It's nothing you're adventuring with. I mean, I wouldn't doubt if you guys did somehow adventure with this ring, but it is the most awkward piece of Mordite.
Yeah, I agree with the rest of the team. They should try and fashion something out of it some other way. But I'm more interested in going east to go find drawers, whatever the guy's name was.
Drawers?
Yeah, drawers.
Yeah, so it's Drawl Thelev.
Drawers.
Okay, Sonya, you're still at the picnic table. You're kind of just watching this go down. Is it your time to pop into the party? Up, you guys are muted again.
No, it's me. I need to talk louder.
Uh-oh.
I will slowly head toward the party
Okay.
and will make them aware that if they need an extra pair of hands to help with such a huge item, then I'll be willing to help and escort wherever this needs to go.
Blandina, from where you were at on the balcony, you saw her pop out behind a tree and gun down 2 Orogs and an ogre. Like, you saw, you know, Mr. Fancy Pants with his spirit guardians, you know, which doesn't take any skill whatsoever to kill a bad guy. You just cast a spell and you don't really need to do any, you know, work. You just kind of chill. You know what I mean? It's very CEO move. But you saw her tumble out. You know, she's like the workers, the people's rogue. You know, just getting out there, just getting after it. Sometimes the spirit guardians were in the way, and she had to like stand taller and shoot above the spirit guardians to hit them. You saw this. I painted that picture for you. You gave my character lycanthropy. I hate you.
Lycanthropy? What is that?
Yeah.
I don't know what lycanthropy is. You know, tell me what that is. I was like, thanks for your help in that battle. I don't know if Quint would have survived if it weren't for your heroics.
Definitely not. Yeah.
And it's like, hey, this chick was, she was pretty good. She was pretty good in that battle. I'll slap Quint on the back and be like, hey.
Don't be mean.
Like, we could absolutely use another set of hands in this adventuring world. We'd love to have you. What's your name?
It's Sanya.
Hey, Sanya. I'm Blandina.
Pleasure to meet you, Andy.
Pleasure to meet you as well. What does Sanya look like?
I'm a
Oh, yeah.
wood elf.
Oh,
Okay.
another elf. Yay.
Wood elf that's little, long, dark hair, very pale.
Very nice.
Looks of Uncle Connor.
So I'm a high elf. So I'll probably.
Did you see Tim say?
Yeah.
I'm writing this all down.
Looks oddly like
I
Connor.
gotta develop a backstory and all sorts of things. I'm like, all right, she's a tall, long, dark hair. Sanya.
Yeah, so I'll look
Did you
down.
hear who her uncle was?
What's
Did you
that?
hear who her uncle was?
Uncle
Tim,
Connor.
did you hear who her uncle was?
Who's your uncle?
Uncle Connor.
Oh. Okay. I see what the fries are doing to me now. Okie dokie. Are you by chance a Gloomstalker also? My subclass is metagame. It's on page 76 of the player's handbook. I'm just playing. I trust you. All right. Connor's niece. Got it. Well, that's fun. From the Misty Forest. That's where Quaddle just was in a dream. Which is neat. Quaddle, you're walking up and you're hearing this thing as well. Where is your head at? Is there anything you want to add to this? Is everybody that's wearing plate mail or armor, loud talking and mansplaining each other.
I just need to heal myself again. So
You just healed yourself again. We're not in turn base. You could just be healed up. Yeah.
He's just over there doing triage.
You do notice, Quint, that there is a party member. As you're looking for people to heal, you see you see Quaddle just a mess, bleeding and bloodied.
I turn to Quattl and go, the gods blessed you with a second opportunity to live. Don't squander it.
Try my best.
13th opportunity. Good. Sweet.
I go, keep behind Miran, behind him. He's got armor. Keep behind him.
The tank. Stay in the tank. Stay in the tank.
Excuse me. You hear as this woman is being dragged by 3 mastiffs, and she's kind of pulling them back. She's like, excuse me.
Lady.
I'm gonna throw my hand up.
Hello, Sir Knight. I was an adventurer at one point in time in my life. My name's Urgala Meltimer. I'm at the inn just near here. And if you guys need a place to stay for the evening, I'd be happy to take you. It's called as Tim is not as fast as his brain was working, we're moving towards the break.
6 windows.
No, it's not the 6 windows, interestingly enough. It's the north something, and it just flew out of my head. Yep, that place. She's like, I'm at the inn next door.
The inn next door. It's called the inn next door.
I have something. Yeah, it's the North Shield House, I think. Yeah, but I just wanted to get it right for canonical purposes because my OCD. But she waves you guys if you guys are interested. It's a well-kept place. Nobody really has stayed there in a little bit. There's only one other place, but I have room for all of you. Also, I watched what you guys did to the giant. My friend Harthos Zymorvin. He lives in a place called Zymorvin Hall. That has nothing to do with anything. He has a giant slayer. He's a weapon. It's called the Giant Slayer. Come talk I'll make you guys a meal. You can stay for free. This would be. Please come.
As she starts talking, I'm like, time out. What are those names again?
Harthos Zymorvin at Zymorvin Hall. But please stay with me. I'll tell you more.
In the Grove. Where is Sin located in relation to the Grove?
Just the opposite side of the. Now that the campground is
Don't
just
stay there.
smoldering, and she looks at Dars. She's like, Dars, you two, your house. Oh. And Dars kind of just hops over.
You say that your friend was a giant slayer?
As a giant.
He had the giant slayer when he adventured. And I'll tell you what, if I tell him to give you that sword, he's giving it to you. And or great axe, whatever the party decides. Yeah. He has a giant slayer. And everybody just imagine what the giant slayer looks like, and you guys can decide here. It's a great sword.
Sounds great.
Does it look similar to the Dragon Slayer?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You never will anymore. It's gone.
I'm sure there's an ogre slayer and a kraken slayer, and we're in Forgotten Realms, so.
I wonder if there's a necklace of dragon giant slaying.
Well, we'll get there at some point, but we need to go and deal with this small inconvenience we've got here before we put our head down for the night.
We'll definitely take you up on an offer.
It's getting dark. Okay, she's like, should I put on meals for you?
Dude, I'll be there for dinner.
I'll be expecting you. Maybe at dusk.
Can I do an insight check on her just to see that she's being honest and nice and friendly and all that sort of stuff?
Yep.
She knows Dars. Can't be that bad.
24.
She looks like she's past her adventuring age, a little bit of crow's feet. Her hair's she's a little darker skinned. She's got her hair dreadlocked, but yet in a ponytail. Very well kempt, like a leather bodice and a skirt that only goes to her ankles, so it doesn't drag in her mid calves, so it doesn't drag. And she's got those Roman kind of sandals that go up her ankle as well, so she can move around a little bit. And she reefs. You can see as the mastiffs pull her forward, she does a twist and says something in Aluskan, and the dogs just sit. And then she kind of lets go of the leashes, and they go back into the house. She seems like she's telling the truth, and a goodly person. I just don't
we'll be there
know why I don't have her
at some point, but we need to deal with this this ring and find somewhere safe for it to be before, because what'll happen. I'm sure the Zentrum will come and steal it from us, and then it'll just be yoinked out from underneath us.
She's like, yeah, you could obviously store it with me, or that's probably the safest place is the keep, which is right across the street.
We've got
North Shield House.
Daratha can help us with that, can't she?
Yeah, she's probably really busy, but yeah, let us know.
She'll always have time for us. So,
Good point. So you think your Crowhammer friend can do something with this?
well, he's the only one that I know. He's the only one I know that said he can potentially work this material.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you want to grab the other end, we can start walking this over there and see if he can fashion whatever it was that we needed for a smaller version of probably a smaller version of the Bonin Blood, Rod of Bonin Blood. Mom and Dad.
Hey, believe me, if you're struggling with it, I got like all this shit. Yeah. Trust me.
See if we can find, see if we can make that for us. So, you want to grab the other end?
Yeah, no,
Take it over there.
yeah. We can at least do something with it. Anyway, that's fine. Let's see if we can find. We're gonna go find Geldrin.
Okay. He's on the opposite side of the white wheel. His forge is near the town square. It like opens up to it. But he's obviously, you don't hear the hammers banging anymore. He's just kind of sitting there. People are talking to him, you know, like over his shoulder, and he's kind of listening. There's a guy there with like a really nice saddle, and he's talking to Yesserin. So Yesserin, the guy that works at the White Wheel, is talking to a guy with like a very nice saddle. As you walk up, and you see other folks talking to Doratha as she's, you know, consoling people and telling them that, you know, we will have upwards to 300 militiamen within the next couple days, and we should be relatively safe here. Triboar has never fallen since the original Triboars. The 3 boars.
That's good. So I will sort of nod at Geldrin and sort of get him to one side. And as we're doing that, we'll wheel this really big wheel in and go, and I'll just sort of like do this.
No. He points at the forge and he's like, you know better. We can't do anything with that here. But he hands you a tube, right? A silver tube that's that twists on both ends. And he's like, I've written you a letter of recommendation, Twent. I suggest you present this to King Morin and Queen Tethril, if you can make it as far as Citadel Felbar. He's like, that, if you're looking to have that forged, there's only a few places that can get done. And that's probably Felbar. I can't melt that here. I can't work it here. You know what I'm saying? Fohammer's a much better smith than Tim Hahn is. Just saying.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll say that's.
I'm gonna assume
honest,
the party. Just so you guys know, I'm gonna assume the party is together, moving with this crowd, unless someone deliberately says, "I'm going somewhere else."
Well, in that case, then we need to get. Let's go to take this to the keep and get it under lock and key for this evening, and we can decide what we're doing with it tomorrow.
Yeah, both
There's no way.
Be locked away.
He's like, I would keep it in. I'd keep that in the keep.
Keep it in the keep.
No one's Dratha Shendrel. He winks. He's like, I'm not playing with that woman. Like, she's going to have upwards of 40 to 50 guards in that keep.
Because where we are at the moment, if I just do obviously I know Citadel Felbar because I'm a dwarf and everything.
So if you look up a map of the Forgotten Realms, you guys have at least that area.
Because that's basically all the way east past where we need to go for the other bit, up through Silvery Moon, and to the right. I've just looked at a little bit on the map. It's about, on foot, about 23 days travel. If we've got this big ring to take as well, there's absolutely no way we'll get this ring there.
You hear like, well, from behind you, the guy holding the saddle. He's like, thank the gods. I might have a solution for this. He's like, I could offer you a wagon if maybe you could, and he looks at Yesserin, and Yesserin's like, we received a commission a few months ago from a man named Amrath Molnbar, the Castellan of Nonar's Hold, for 5 of these horse harnesses from Triboar's finest. This is Mr. Othavir. Othavir finished these, but we need a good delivery crew to get to Nonar. Nonar is a village near the High Forest. It used to attract several good hunters. I'd be willing to give you 100 gold pieces up front. And he looks over Oathevere. Look, if you can help, I have a, and he's like, I could use some good business, and I could speak to you. I could really offer you something nice. Can I speak to you? And he speaks back, and he's like, he winks at Fohammer, and Fohammer just like takes a hammer and starts banging the anvil while you guys are talking. And he leans in closely. He's like, look, I'm come from a horrible family, and I'm just trying to make my own way. My family are the Margasters. They're terrible people from Waterdeep, and I'm just trying to make my own way. But my family they have some enormous riches in Silvery Moon. They have a 3-story tower there. And I know near that tower, they have a carriage in a carriage house. And underneath that carriage, they have a secret compartment where they keep some magic items. I'd be willing to trade you the secrets of how to get to that carriage. If you can help me at least make business with my harnesses and get my name out for something good.
Well, where did you say these go? No near?
Noanar, it's to the south of the High Forest.
How do you spell that?
Noanar. Waddle's on Ma Bell, just struggling to keep them internets up out there in the woods.
Well, that's on the way. That's on the way to Everland, where we need to go for our friend. So
why do you guys need to go to? He looks at you and is like, "Oh, why do you guys need to go to Everland?"
We just need to go and see a friend.
Oh, okay.
So, will you be riding with, or is this a delivery job?
Oh no. Nope. He kind of looks and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not cut for the road. I was raised privileged, but I don't survival skill on that part of the character sheet very well. I'd be more of a liability than you know what I mean, than a friend."
That's fair. I turn to Kotal and go, how would we, you're used to being out in the wilds and doing things, what's the best way of traveling, sort of carrying 5 saddles and tack and all that sort of stuff? Have we know what we can do?
Yes, I do. I'm glad that I'm finally back. I just nodded off for a second, I guess. The best way is to put it on a horse.
And he's like, I can offer you, a carriage, a cart, a wagon, to take this.
Does that wagon come with horses?
It can. It can, or if you want 2 draft horses, I've received a pretty large commission. Yes, and I would offer up 2 draft horses and a wagon for this.
And would said wagon, just to spitball this, would said wagon also fit this big ring that we found?
It could fit, like, sideways across it, yes, but not well, and it would be pretty heavy. Like, you guys have been, if you guys are moving this thing, it's taking you guys. Are you guys moving this thing around?
Oh, yeah.
Is it with you guys?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're wheeling it
I should have
around.
made you do your strength check. Yeah. Just who's pushing this thing right now in the middle of the square right now?
The person
You
with
and
an
Flint?
ogre strap.
2 of
The
you.
person with-
Okie dokie. Yeah. Okay. I'll say you're having trouble. It's taking you your full action. You know what I mean? To move this thing with point.
Okay.
Without it falling and doing the wappa 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 as it like spins. Yeah, exactly. You have to get your fingers like yeah.
Right. I'll turn to Sanya and Gwen and say, got a room for tonight if you guys are welcome to join us. You were part of the crew, you helped. Might as well take some of the perks with it.
Would be grateful to join you.
I do have my own place, but I must be more comfortable than my little shack.
Certainly better than sleeping
there'll
out.
be free beer. There'll be beer, drinks, food, and company, such as Gwen, Blandina. Actually, have you met everyone yet?
I've met Blandina.
Uh,
And Bryce? Is he joining us?
Bryce. I'm not sure if Bryce is joining us or not. I don't.
He's not with you guys right now.
Okay.
He's back.
So I'll introduce.
You guys left him back with the fire giants.
Okay, we'll go around and introduce ourselves and sort of go. This is Miran. Mirans are knight in shining armor. Likes to hit things really hard and critical them lots, especially if
We'll
they're
say
dark.
you guys are slowly moving back to the 6 windows. You guys are having this introduction at a long table at the 6 windows, or not the 6 windows, the North Shield House. The 3 mastiffs are sitting in front of a large fireplace, and it's a pretty well kept place. She has a very nice spread for you guys.
Obviously, we dropped the ring and the rod off at the guardhouse first.
Yep, no problem.
Told them to really keep an eye on this because this is really important.
Yep.
And I would have told figured out how to get a message to Bryce to meet us at the North Shield House
Okay. He's there.
as well.
So the only people that are outside your party are Dars Helgar, the guy that's had his house burned down, and Bryce. So you guys start talking. You have a few, you guys are relaxing a little bit. A massive battle, and much like Point/Pete gave me an idea last week. Everybody, I would like how I want to do this, and I'm going to select Mirren, and I want you to tell me something that you've seen Heineken, something good about Heineken. As you guys are talking and you guys begin to discuss, like, tell me something that Heineken brings to the fight that you that you've seen through your travels in your past 27 days.
Of our good wizard wild magic, I'd say more often than not his magic goes as planned, so that's quite well. On the off chance, besides burning geese on fire.
Yeah.
On fire. Besides that, his ability to talk to animals at whim quite fluently has come to our aid multiple times, and I think that's very, very nice of him.
Okay. So Sanya and Poison, for you guys, since you guys are new to this, I'm just going to ask when we get to you what your character's prime directive is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what, as you're listening to these guys, just kind of give me your adventuring goal. For the most part. And don't overthink it if you don't want to, but like right now, like X, I'm curious about what these guys are, and I want to, be good for society or whatever. But that being the case, Blandina, go for Quaddle.
Perfect. I was just thinking about him. So, when we first met Kawaddle, finding out he was a ranger and watching him in battle, he didn't ranger very well. Like he likes to put himself right out in the middle of, he liked to put himself right out in the middle of the action instead of hiding in places and using those ranger skills. I mean, he shot at a dragon from a tree. Like, who does that? who does that?
You hear Dahl's honk. Yeah. Dars is like, but he's got this tankard and he kind of nudges him like,
Holy
"That's
cow!
crazy."
Thank you, Considerate Shipped, for the $100 donation. That's
my
holy
God.
cow! Wow! I don't even.
Wow.
I don't
That's
even.
amazing.
I don't even know what to say or what to do in this sort of situation.
Wow.
Other than to say thank you so much. That's huge.
So another person comes into the 6 windows called Considered a Chip. You're like, is your name Considered a Chip? But another guy's like, nah, it's Considered Chip. And he, you know what I mean? He sits down and has a drink.
Wow.
You're an NPC. Congratulations.
Yeah. My goodness. But through a myriad of deaths, and I feel like Coatl, every time he dies, he learns something new about being a ranger, and he grows every single time. He's grown so much. So I look forward to seeing how much more of a ranger he can become, and never mind that orc side of him.
Okay. Heineken. Go for Puent. When you're done,
Quent is an interesting dwarf.
with all that.
Yeah.
When you're done with
So-
whatever's happening right there.
He's really true to his trade. He really plays the stereotype of being a dwarf. For a cleric, he's not really the
Woo! I hear you.
types, but he does okay. He's all about taking care of people, I think. But there's more to him than that. I get a feeling. I'm slightly suspicious. Sometimes puts the Golem, my precious vibe out there when it comes to metals. So he's either got an addiction problem we need to talk about, or
Wow.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there. That's my take on the mighty Quent, the dwarf.
We'll go Coatl, Mirren. What's your take on Mirren?
I wasn't sure initially what to think of him. I feel like as the tank, I looked up to him because I wanted to be out in the middle of everything, and I'm starting to learn my place. That maybe that's not the spot for a squishy ranger, but I look up to him, and I've seen how he's grown as well since the party came together. Really, everybody has grown, but I still kind of, I guess, maybe like imposter syndrome. I feel like he's where I want to be as far as growth goes.
All right, and then for the we'll go Puent Blandina, and then we'll go Sonya Poison.
Okay. Well, when I first met Blandina, to be honest, I thought she was a rich, stuck-up little elf that just wanted things her own way.
Now I think she's a very rich, stuck-up elf. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Man.
I've now concreted my suspicions it was completely true. However, she's got a heart of gold. She cares about people. she's got this weird thing that she keeps calling the moon Lunatar. I'm not sure what that is. I need to do some investigation on that. It's just a bit weird. And to be honest, I think she was a bit standoffish with the rest of the group when she got here. We weren't quite in her normal social circle, should I say. However, I think that we've been helping each other out. And my God, could she blow things up with those spells of hers. You don't want to upset that lady. Never upset that lady. However, I think she's realizing now that, especially since she had a little bit of a ratty problem, and she's now overcome her ratty problem with help of her friends, that we aren't all that different, even though we don't come from the we weren't born with a silver spoon in our mouths like some people were. And to be honest, without her in the party, it wouldn't be the same.
Pew pew. Tanya, a little bit about yourself that obviously nobody knows. But just a little bit of a tiny little backstory side, like assuming, Dars Helgar's like, so tell me about yourself.
Not much to tell. I get hired for a certain type of job that is not always of the best interest of other people. I'm kind of thinking of branching out and seeing how my skills can be used within a group of people and looking at these fine adventurers, whether I would be of some service to them.
I think we can use a room in this room.
Jars is getting like blacky outy as he's like, to Vein, to the Thunderboar, and you can tell as Poison begins, as things go around and Poison begins to start, there are people outside the inn. Like there are people just out there like looking at you guys at the table, and Urgala has to keep going outside with the mastiffs, and start like barking at people, but there's like kids out there. She's like, man, brings them in. But you guys have quite the crowd outside, and you hear things like the Thunderboar, and you hear things like the Anchorites and Cryovane and fire giants, and you guys have come a long ways. Poison, a little bit of your backstory that that nobody knows about.
Slightly the same in regards to the last story that we ended up hearing. Spent most of my time, at a temple and all that stuff, learning the many good deeds and the prayers of Pelor, my patron. When the time came and my training and my praying and teachings had finally finished, when I was told that there were others throughout the land, other adventurers and so on, and other holier-than-thou duties to be performed in the world and so on, I jumped to the chance to prove myself and to my patron, and to go about and help those in need. And fortunately, I have stumbled upon some of the finest this realm has to offer.
Cool. Well
and
said.
Conveniently, I had a diamond.
Yes. Continue. I gave you a diamond to make. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys finish your meal. You're pretty smoked, and you got a big day tomorrow. You all go to bed and you reflect on yourselves, and each one of you realize that as you've fought and you've interacted with folks, you've gotten a lot better at that. So when we come back from break in about 10 to 15, what do you think, Skylar?
Let's call it for bottom of the hour.
You may
10 minutes.
all begrudgingly level up to level 6.
Yeah.
No.
And with that, we'll be
we'll
right
see you
back.
guys in a little bit. Hey, I want to say one more time to consider it shipped. Yeah, it's very important that, you know, as I mentioned, charity comes from the heart. You're just watching someone on a random Twitch stream and decide to take care of some folks that are out there selflessly. If you've ever been in one of these chat lines or talked to somebody that's in one of those dark places, you really got to stay engaged, right? So in 988, if you're texting someone that's in pain or anything like that, or if you're calling, staying engaged, being empathetic, and getting to someone out of that dark space is very important. And what you just did was very paladin of you. So like, you're in, you know what I mean? Sir or lady, consider it shipped. Thank you very much. But we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, make it 35. We'll just do that.
Make it 35.
Yeah. See you guys.
Hey, chat, we're all back. Thank you so much for everything that you've donated, all the bits and the subs and stuff. This has been a really fun session. Thanks for the raid. We find ourselves back at the boop boop beep boop North Shield House. There's a lot of taverns in this town, and it's not doing well for my brain. But you guys all slept through the night, and you woke up, each of you, with some new skills and whatnot. Old Gara sets on a very nice spread for you guys in the morning. She's whipping up nice hot large loaves of bread, and you can tell she carves the center of these big loaves of bread that she was baking throughout the night. You can tell that she was an adventurer back in her day, and she's really inspired. And she puts all of that from all of her stresses from being an adventurer, she puts it back into cooking and cleaning her house. You can tell that this house is like immaculate. Every bed that you stayed in was very well kept, and you felt secure. And she changes out the hay and the mattresses and stuff, and everybody had an amazing, sound, nice sleep. You guys wake up on the 28th day of this trip, and not only do you wake up feeling super relaxed, you start hearing cheers and weird things coming from the direction of the keep. You all get up at your own time, and you guys can, Quentin Tarantino and turn things back, and this is what I actually did this morning or whatever. But for all intents and purposes, when people wake up, you see these big, large loaves of bread where she cuts out the center of them and puts like some various like stews for you guys to eat, where you guys can just like rip off the piece of bread and dip it in a stew. And she's got these, wooden bowls that are carved out, and you can see on the side where she's got various like carving utensils and stuff. She does this all by herself with her dogs, and she runs this place all by herself. It's a very nice establishment. You get down there, and so I'll just ask, is there anything new, Mirren, about your character as you guys kind of arrive? And is there anything
besides the increase in the ability to take more damage?
You got thicker? You put on a couple pounds. Yep.
Or protection, so everybody gets a little better at saving throws.
Is it about +2 to saving throws?
3.
+3?
Yep.
Hey, why +3?
Is this? That's what it says right
I'm +2. Oh, the devotion. Anyways, and I have lycanthropy.
Just be real close.
Okay. All right. And 10 foot.
I'll look at that.
Okay. Sonya, anything new with a level 6 meta rogue? More perceptive.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Point. How many more spirit guardians do you have?
My armor looks like it's got like a reddish sheen to it, and whilst wearing heavy armor, I now have resistance to fire damage and +1 AC.
Oh, what? Oh, can you select which resistance you want?
No, it's forged. I'm a forged cleric.
All cold damage from here on out. Cold damage, copy. Psionic damage. Oh, because fire giants. Oh, okay. You're fired.
Forged cleric gives you fire resistance because you're in the forge lots.
I got you. You read the book before we started. Got it. I'm just playing. Heineken. Anything new to our dear little sorcerer? Still muted. There we go.
We're a little bit more lucky, and I can bend luck for the team.
Ooh.
So I can spend my sorcery points to fudge your rolls a little bit.
Ooh.
That sounds amazing.
The die for.
Also, you have portent like Gale. You can be like, yeah, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
20s? No.
Yeah. Blandina, anything new this morning?
I'm getting a little bit more instinctive with my charm, if you will. So I've figured out that I can divert attacks against me towards something else. I also can see spells that are being cast quickly.
And can you counter them?
Possibly.
Nice. Nice.
And lastly, well, we'll just save that one for later. It's just more fun that way.
As a surprise, I'll read your character sheet. Yeah. Poison. / Gwen. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
My bad.
This guy. Aside from being able to take more damage, I am going to annoy the DM even more because now I can heal even better. So, heals for everybody.
Ooh.
So
No
that's
problem.
roughly just about it.
Increased damage. Got it. Got it.
Yes.
Coatl. Muted, homeboy. Homeboy.
It was Drennan came to me in a dream last night, and he reminded me about some techniques in the mountains. So I'm more proficient in the mountains, as well as fighting dragons. He told me.
Okay. So you selected a favored foe and a favored terrain?
Correct.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
And then also I got. I am now able to speak Goblin as well.
Okay. Super tight. That was a good level up.
I thought so.
Rangers,
I
yeah.
cannot wait for goblins.
For more goblins? No, we have a goblin
Yes.
problem in this party. Okay. So there you guys have it. You guys are either sitting around the table or minding your own business. If someone wanted to like get up too early and go do something, but you're all sitting there and the world's your flat range and your sandbox. What would you guys like to do? And if it gets quiet for 10 seconds, I'll start going around the clock.
You said there was some cheering or something outside?
Are you asking Urgala? Yeah,
Yeah.
she's washing dishes and stuff, and she's like, you can tell that she is more concerned with her craft than anything else going on in the world, and she is there to make sure that you guys have a wonderful night. Of course, Chip, of course.
Let her know. Definitely enjoyed the accommodations. Great stay, great food. Love the bread bowls. I'm gonna go check at the keep to see if anything went awry with the ring and the rod. See if
Okay.
all's well.
When you get up, you stumble, and Dars Holgar, the halfling that lived he's sleeping underneath. You know, it's just like Coors cans everywhere. As you're like, you just ting, ting, and he's just passed out underneath the table. But you definitely notice that. But you're walking outside?
Well, before that, being that he'll probably have quite the hangover, I'll do protection from poison. Be like, that'll help you later.
Best morning ever. He's like, we start again. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anybody moving with him? Anybody else want to go outside as he opens the door and? Okay, Puent's going.
I'll go. I'll go too.
Waddle's going. Okay.
Why not?
Sonya's going. The party is going. Yeah. So by exception. All right, Heineken, what are you going to? I'm just gonna assume Heineken's going as well. Okay. All right. Everybody kind of walks outside and stands up, and you eat food, and she says like, "I'll keep this warm," Urgala. Like you guys have a home here while you're in Triboar, you know. And she's like, and if ever you want to actually know where to find that giant slayer, let me know. I'm here. See you tonight, maybe, or this afternoon. Okay.
We're leaving quite anytime soon.
Okay. It is day 28. All right. So you guys head towards the keep, which is basically across the street, and you see a bunch of people standing around the job board. They're all like, you know, peering over each other and you know, they're like cheering and stuff, and you know, you see, yeah. Anyways, you guess you wouldn't have seen it, but the griffin that dropped off, the newspaper.
The new,
Yeah.
the new job boards.
Yep.
Is the job board on the way to the keep or off?
It's it's right next to
Right next to it.
Yeah. Imagine if there was. I spent an hour making this map. No. Yeah, it's. You can kind of see the job board. It's a little bit on the map. It's at the base of the stairs of the keep.
On the way up the stairs, and I will, if everybody's gathered around to see what happened, I
Yep.
will take a.
Yep, you nudge, you squeeze, and you see the water Davian times, and it's got two griffins on the corner of it, and it just shows like Tiamat slain by, the what were we called,
the Duchy of Skyreach.
The Duchy of Skyreach. And it's got like, how in Harry Potter the pictures kind of turn. You see some rogue, shooting, and then you see this tiefling grab this helm off of, and then crown. You see a cleric, the Archbishop of Canterbury, like pushing out a staff and pushing out this energy and protecting people. You see a turtle pirate with a tricorn hat jump on top of the black head of the black dragon head as it's spitting acid with his gigantic axe called Uza. That was a good pull. And slams onto its back, and you see in its mouth a paladin being eaten. Sorry, Mags. You see a barbarian in there fighting, and he's able to shift his body off to a corner. It's this amazing scene of skills. And for a moment, you guys were king of the world, right? For just a moment, you guys, then everybody shifted in looking at this, this group of all-stars battling very, very far south, and people are teared up and they're crying and they're like, it's over, and the world is saved. In the back of your mind, you know that might not be the case. Was that a good intro for everybody? All right, great.
I'll turn to Blandina and go, there's always something around the corner, and it looks like we're here to help this time.
Absolutely. We had an issue with Takesis back in Kryn, and whatever's happened is that's really good for Faerun. So, but I agree. There's definitely something else going on here.
In the shadows of conflict, something's always gonna stir.
Blandina, someone tugs on your elbow, and it's Dars, and he's just like, I have no idea. I've completely sober this morning, and I shouldn't be, but there was something I wanted to tell you. And he taps a wanted poster on the sign that you guys are looking at near it, and he's like, I was recently met by an old acquaintance from Mirabar. A merchant passing through, he saw a dwarf cleaning stables in Xanathal's keep. It's a fortified village on the long road to the north. He travels south to Longsaddle, and he sees the same wanted poster with the same likeness of the same guy. As you can see, he looks like it's the Weevil. And he points, and he's like, if I was an adventurer as good as you, I'd do it myself, but obviously it's past my time. And he taps, and he's like, if you can bring that criminal back to Mirabar, I'm sure you get that 5,000 gold pieces.
5,000 gold pieces?
Yeah, this is okay, so the experiences may vary, but this is the real rewards coming from the real Triboar campaign because it's not the same in Bryn Shander.
I'm like, I look at Quint, I'm like, what? 5,000 gold for a ring? 5,000 gold for. Wait, what?
10,000 gold pieces offered in one day. Yeah.
All I
Yeah.
say is they've got money down south. That's all I'll have to say. They've got money down south.
Yeah. Healthier blood too. You know, no big deal. But yeah, not just wolves running around, bad dogs biting people.
And it's warmer. It's much warmer.
I'll look at Darth. I'm like, that could certainly help keep my quality of life like I need it. Might have to convince some people to go after the Weevil.
That dastardly Weevil, huh? Didn't think I had a Weevil too, did you, Quint?
I heard he nicked a paladin shield.
We don't know that. We don't know that. Stay tuned. But yeah, he looks at you and he's like, well, I'm gonna go work on my house. And he heads back to the campground.
Well, good luck.
You too.
As I turn to these guys, I sort of go, do you remember that gnome we saved? Darrell's Hulk. Is that Darrell's? Is this guy? Is that the guy that sold us? Yeah. Is that Darrell's Hulk?
Yeah. He's a gnome or a halfling. Yeah, you can't tell the difference, but that's him.
So racist.
You're the one that can't tell the difference.
Did you want to talk to him?
That's glad we saved him from that fire. If this is what he's got to give us. Yep. But how far away is Zenithar Keep from here?
Let's see. Quick math. 3, 6, 9, 15. About a 10-day because it's a good road. Probably a 10-day to get there.
How'd you spell that?
I like saying a 10-day because it's very Forgotten Realmsy. That'll take you about a 10-day.
It's like a fortnight.
About a fortnight. What was the question?
How'd you spell Zenithar's Keep?
Xantharl's Keep. Not to be confused with Xanathal's Keep, which is very relevant in the Forgotten Relevance. It's Xantarl.
Thank you very much.
It's north of Long Saddle, south of Mirabar, on the Long Road.
So that's basically north of where we are now, is it?
Yeah, about a 10-day.
Okay, because obviously a lot of our side quests that we're pushing us at the moment seem to be wanting us to go east. So this one's north. We may want to go east first because north's near the cold elements.
I agree.
Okay.
You hear a sending stone be like, lycanthropy. You hear a paladin wrestling away a sending stone from Borg. Give me that thing. Curse. I'm just kidding. Sorry, chat. We're getting ridiculous.
Because we've obviously got 2 quests at the moment to go east to Everland and delivering the saddles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then potentially, if we are going that way, we were, depending on if we could take this ring with us or anything like that, we were potentially going to be going to Citadel Elbar or that sort of area, but that's miles away.
Well, I'll say in order of, I guess, importance, we don't want the town to be attacked again, so getting that ring out would probably be the first thing we do.
Yeah, and if we go east, we could then get the militia, we can get the guards to come into the town. So there's 300 guards that she reckons she could get from Everland.
No.
So that's quite important.
Yeah, it's a 2.
Because the Everland from here, because we've got to go, it'd be east through Yartar, we'd keep going through a few places, we then head south to deliver the saddles that we've agreed to. We could then go north to Everland. We've then got the ability, well, the opportunity, sorry, if we deliver those saddles, that they're going to give us the location of some items that could help us in Silvermoon. And that's just north of Everland. It's just like literally a hop, skip, and jump.
Right. Figure out where this Dragon Slayer is as well, and let's see where that ties in along our path, and then.
Yeah, that's worth finding out because that hopefully that could be along that way.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well,
What's everyone's thoughts? Heineken, what do you think? I know you want to go east. What? Any other thoughts?
I say we go east, deliver the message, and we can split as far as I'm concerned. If we think going east is not as important.
The party's going good. Sorry, I'm talking to chat.
Split the party, you mean?
Yes.
Split the party?
Oh, like campaign split. We go to a third? Yeah. We have to play every third week now.
No, definitely want to go east if we wanted to dispatch the ranger and, I don't know, maybe a super light gnome on a horse. Could be out and back.
Well, east we're looking at. I don't know how many days we're looking at from where we are at the moment. So from here to Yartar. Are we? Actually, we've got the horse and cart, haven't we? If we're delivering the saddles. So if we're delivering the saddles, you're probably looking at. From here to Yartar is about a day and a half. And then to the main road, you're looking at probably 4 to 5 days to deliver these saddles.
And is Everland is on the way as well?
No, Everland, you've got to come back to the main road and then to Everland, and that is basically, it's about 4 to 5 days to where we need to get to for the saddles, and then you're looking at probably another 3 to 4 days to get to Everland after that.
Gotcha. Pulling up a map.
And then once we get to Everland to Silvery Moon is about a day and a half.
Okay, I see it. I see it now.
Yeah, so that's that way. So I think we need to prioritize Everland just to be able to get the troops into this place. But that's a good, even at full pelt, you're looking at probably, even if we didn't stop off delivering the saddles, you're still looking at probably 8 days, 9 days.
Right.
Or 10 days. A 10-day, as we discussed. Everything takes a 10-day in Forgotten Realms.
Just looking at the map,
Makes it easier.
Zymorvan Hall is up there, past Everland, and so making the big loop around the moors.
Would you like me to send you a quick mappy that you can post on the screen, or?
That'd be useful. Okay.
So majority of our extra tasks are to the east, as it sounds. Eastish, rather. Okay.
Xanathar's Keep, though, that's a really big loop to be looping around from Silvery Moon.
Yeah.
It's probably easier it's probably easier to get to Silvermoon than come back to Triboar just to make sure everything's okay, and then go back to then go north to Zamprovsky, because there's no real road around.
Okay, so we'd be cutting through a lot of difficult terrain to get there. Okay.
Yeah, and you don't want to go through Lurkwood. Lurkwood's like a real dodgy place.
Probably not.
What I'm thinking is we could go east up to Everland, north up to Zymorgan Hall, for the sword.
Is that more? Hang on, 2 seconds.
Yeah, so we could go north through Silvery Moon up to Zymorgan Hall.
Ah, yeah, it was like Morgan Hall, yeah.
And then go down to Nesme and take the river back down into Yartar.
Yeah.
Into
Or even
Triboar.
we can even drop beyond. It could go down and actually meet us halfway at Triboar. The river goes that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's because what was it? What was it? Like Morgan Hall again?
That's where the Giant Slayer sword is.
Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good idea.
I'm
I
dropping
missed
it into Skylar. I'm dropping it into maps.
Okay.
Where is maps? Maps is missing.
I'm gonna give everybody this link to the interactive map too.
That's what I've been using.
This is just for anybody watching as well. There it is. That is a really good map. As Doratha Shendrel gives you guys like the 5K, interactive map to, you're level 6. Let's cut to the chase here. Heroes. Maybe someday you'll be as good as the Duchy of Skyreach. What do you guys call yourselves?
We're the Cryobane Conclave or something like that. I don't know what that means.
Work in progress. Still working on it.
Like,
We were something about Manticore Riders, but that person left us and decided not to come back. So we've had to drop that name.
oh,
So the ring needs to go north. So we'll go east without it. Leave it here.
But the ring, if we need to get the ring, it needs to get to Citadel Abbar. Or no, Citadel Felbar.
you hear
And Citadel
Tailwinds there.
Yeah.
Felbar.
Citadel Felbar is actually, if we get to Silvery Moon, we are 2/3 of the way to Citadel Felbar.
Oh, we should have just adjusted that camera to face the Faerun map. It's probably like way better. I could have just easily just slewed Krista Cam to it. Yeah.
We can Triboar, Yartar to drop the saddles off to Everland to Silvery Moon. We could then choice at that point then is, do we go east for a couple of days, west a couple of days to Zymorgan Hall, or do we go and up to Citadel Felbar to get rid of the ring? I'd probably say get rid of the ring first.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Can you enhance the keypad too on that map? Can you?
we're in the heat. The rings are probably going to be sitting outside.
You see where it's grayish, where the Evermores are, and there's almost like a There we go. 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 Perfect. That's for the folks at home.
Yeah. So that's what I would say is probably the easiest to do, unless anyone's got any other smart ideas. But that's a trek and a half. That is a trek and a half.
Yeah, this would occupy us for the next month.
Should be easy. Should be easy. There's
Why
guys are level 6. Forget about it. We could possibly.
Yeah, but like I said, I think we need to get this ring to Citadel Felbar, and we can cross off a couple of tasks on the route and ensure that Triboar is safe as well, which is a really big, important thing to do.
Right.
Where the hell is Belbar?
I guess for our main quest for the obelisk and settling the giant problem, once we drop off this ring at Felbar, get it melted down and unusable, what's our next step?
To be honest, we're still waiting for that map from the other party that said something about giant relics and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you hear a dude in the background like, "Oh, you guys!" You see a centaur just clippity clopping up. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't have the tracking number. You guys, and he's like, "Woo-wee, I got it. The name's Lucy. Good to meet you." And he hands off a packet. He's like, "I think this is what you're looking for." Wow, got it. And he lays out his hand like this for a, you know what I mean? Like, cool, got it. There's a map. And you have the map. I think you have it handy. Point.
Yeah, I'll copy them.
Sorry, Lucy. Love you. Thanks for watching. But yeah, it's yeah.
You know what?
Faerun Postal Service. You can see he's got like a light blue shirt on his top half of a centaur, and he's got like white centaur pants.
There you go. It's chucked in the group. So if we're looking at that, there is if we're in Triboar, we're going to Zartar, we're going through to Everland. There is a little cross, which is the grandfather tree which is a bit south in the high forest. And then where we are looking as well, when we are going to Citadel Felbar, there are two in the woods to the north of that, one called One Stone and one called Borana as well.
Oh,
So there
in
are
terms of relics?
Oh yeah,
nice.
yeah. Okay.
I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
Like, I'm looking up names right now. Like, what?
Yeah.
on the map that we've just received.
I've got
Says
these.
names.
I got these DM puppet strings right now being pulled from.
Okay,
You
so
think that's what's there, Peter?
so we go through Yartar to Naunar's hold, drop off the harnesses, go to the grandfather tree, and then up,
Yeah.
and then up to
That's our
Everland.
plan. Up to Everland. We then go to Silvery Moon. We then probably go across to Citadel Felbar.
Yep.
We can then potentially do the two relics in the woods north of Citadel Felbar on the way to Zamorvian Hall.
What do you think about this, Heineken? What do you guys think? Sure you don't want to go find the Weevil? You know what I mean? Like you hear...
I'm indifferent.
Yeah.
If this is the way we want to go, then
See,
I'm
this is
down.
Weevil,
this is where you stack up your quest log, and then you go, how do I set up my quest loop to get as many in one thing, and then by the time we get back to Triboar, we're level like 10.
And we're going to look at is if we're going all the way around there. There's if we go north, there's only one quest we can complete,
That checks.
and east there's like
All of
three
them.
or four.
All of them.
curing a paladin of lycanthropy. It's not important to you guys, but that's fine. I'm just
We didn't
kidding.
get to-
It's getting to about 14 days. We reckon we need to hold this out for.
Hmm.
I think we're heading to
You
the
guys are
east.
going. You guys are heading east.
East.
Pick up the wagon.
Yeah, we've got.
Which was
That's a
very
fair
interesting in
point.
DM Jeremy's campaign the other day. East.
Fair. Sanya says, actually reminds us, we got to pick up the wagon, pick up the saddles, get the ring on there somehow. We got to secure it, and then we just get going.
Feels
We
like
just
you
need to
guys
probably.
need a bigger wagon.
That's what the other.
no,
we got,
as you
we
guys
got
see Falcon behind you guys, maybe I could get a hold of an old friend. Falcon kind of looks at you and you hear it's the eagles behind him because it's Falcon. You know what I mean? And he looks at Quaddle and it's like the anime wink like hits with the and he's like I think an old friend might be able to help you guys on this journey. He happened to find 2 up-armored oxen that can't survive in Phandalin anymore. And you hear like, whoop! It's like you hear, and he's like, you guys leave the prospecting to me. And you guys see a straw hat and a big piece of hay come up.
Hey, Ding Dong Johnson.
John Raskin
It's Ding Dong
comes down
Johnson.
the road. Yeah, with Daisy and Daryl, and he's like, "Get up, come on now!" And they roll up, and you see a very wide cart with like 2 or 3, wooden shields on the side of it. And this thing looks like a pretty up-armored piece of kit. We might move slower, but we're gonna get there. How can I be of service? Heard y'all need a big old ride. There ain't a cart thicker than the old Triboar way.
Hey, Ding Dong
We
Johnson.
definitely need to know. Do you think your cart can fit this ring in it?
There ain't nothing can't fit in this cart. Then he brings it up. He brings it up closer. Dingle down. Come on, Daisy. Come on, Daryl. Woo! And he, and you can see his wicker basket backpack is behind him. And he's like, I see you got a few new party members with you. Plenty of room.
Gwen, you wanted to say something?
So he says that there ain't nothing, to quote him, there ain't nothing that can't fit in this here cart. But I'd just like to ask, okay, how about like 2 giant fire giants way back yonder?
Oh, don't get silly.
I'm
Let's not get
just asking
silly.
a question. I just want to know how magnificent this here cart may be.
Peruse. You can see there's little like arrow slits cut inside the shields that are above the wall sides of the cart itself. It's got benches on the inside. It moves a little slower, but it'll take a 10-day.
I say we take
Just
it.
like any old craft horse, she'll take a 10-day.
The key question I have
There's
is
that
if
finest cart I've ever done seen.
Hey, get in here. You can hop in the shotgun.
if either of these clerics cast Spirit Guardian whilst within the cart, how far do they go out?
That's right here. Spirit Guardian debuff on this thing. Yeah. This doesn't work. It doesn't in the 30-foot radius of this. Spirit Guardians do not work.
Wow. Wow. That there's awfully convenient.
Fucking good is what we
That's
say.
might be unlucky, isn't
You end
it?
up using that there, Spirit Guardians. Isn't that one of your favorites?
It's a useful spell that's kept us alive on many occasions.
Yes. I must say that accent's very contagious.
Succotash.
Succotash.
Well, if you're willing to come with us, always good to see a good old friend again.
I'll be happy to. Gus Chickens. I mean,
Ding Dong Johnson.
Ron Don Jackson. I'm all messed up.
Well, then, Dean, let's get going.
Some of those wires there, no cost.
You guys want to leave today?
Talk to Urgala, get
I think-
letter of introduction so we can actually get the Giant Slayer sword or Giant Slayer,
Yep.
whatever. Otherwise, we might have to fight somebody to try and get it.
Yep.
We'd rather go and get a proper letter.
Heineken's just like. Hannikin, I got a bed for you right here. And there's like a little snug little cat bed, like off to the side. And you just plop up there and snuggle.
I'm on a Percocet right now. Sorry.
That'll do it, Chief.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Scoot over there. I got a Percocet. I gotta take out.
Charmed. So you've been charmed. Copy.
Roger,
yes.
hold person. Or sleep.
And my
You want to talk to Urgala?
Either she'll want to join us on this adventure to go talk to her good friend.
Oh no.
Or
My her adventuring days are behind her. But Zymorvan Hall is to the north, just north of Longsaddle, I believe.
Silvery
Where
Moon.
is Zymorvan Hall?
It's just northwest of Silvery Moon.
Oh, that's where it's at then. Yep. She hands you a bar napkin, Zymorvan Hall, just northwest of Silvery Moon. Signed, Urgala.
So this will get us with Arthos Morven. He'll recognize us and be
Yep.
the hand over to the giant slayer. Huh?
Yep. I reckon I can probably homebrew that thing into a long sword.
That's fine. So we need to go and talk to. Obviously, we need to talk to. What's her name? Get the name right. We need to talk to Doratha and actually explain that we're going to get going as soon as we can, because we know how important it is. And when I talk to, before I go, I want to talk to Gowran and sort of say, is there anyone at Felbar you want me to check in on or talk to whilst I'm there?
Where?
When we go to Citadel Felbar, is there anyone he wants us to check in on or talk to or anything like that whilst we're there?
Just the king and queen. If you could give my friend Conrad, a crispy daps, that would be good. If you got time to remove curse from one of your friends while you're up there, that'd be cool. But I know you guys are heartless jerks, so that's the thing. No problem. Was that? Oh, this is Gelrin Fohammer. Why am I using my other accent? But yeah. No, just I think he gave you the writ for the king and the queen.
Yeah,
I'm looking up
hold on,
one more thing. Bag. Oh. And you're going to Doratha?
Yep.
You can see on her desk there's a pile of coins. Heineken,
Well,
roll a die 6.
Three.
Oh, fun. Okay. You see a bag of coins with, she hands it. She's like, this is all we had. There's 46 gold pieces from all the Orogs and the Orcs. Doratha hands you. We picked them clean. We found various weapons and armor on them. And you see, Heineken, a bag that's rust colored sitting on the desk. It comes to your eyes. And she's like, I don't know, this is some sort of magic bag. I reached in there and it felt like there was some sort of critter in there.
The rust-colored bag.
You
I'm
have a
very interested.
rust-colored bag of tricks.
Murder Badger in it by chance?
It's got other fun things for this, different arc.
if I talk to...
It's got some things.
whilst we're talking to her and she's mentioned the armor and weapons that obviously are a bit broken and horrible, I will take them off her hands.
Okay, you got there were 8 great axes, 3 like hammers, like great from the Orogs, and Mauls. Thank you. What else? And do you want the so I would say the 2 great swords from the fire giants are 300 gold pieces apiece, because but I don't know what you couldn't use, but they do cost. Yeah. I mean, if you were a giant and you needed a sword, that'd be very hard to find. So you have those if you want to go do the tokens thing. But I would say that all of this would take all night with Garen Fohammer, Gelrin.
What I was going to do is I was going to put them in a bag of holding, and on our trip, do it on a daily basis to clear them
That
out.
bag of holding, that's very maxed out with the 2 great swords. You know those things weigh at least 100 pounds apiece.
Well, if I work with Fohammer then and get them done before we leave.
Would you let me do that up north? No, but will I let you down here? Yeah.
That's because you're a lucky man. I'm evil.
Yeah. It's cool. I got splint mail up there, and then he cut them to pieces. He's like, it's all scarred now. I was like, I'm just playing. I'm not bitter at all.
Only a little bit. Just a little bit.
You guys, it is a new day, so there's a lot to do. Daratha points you to, I mean, you guys have a wagon. Do you want to spend any money on horses? The best horses that you guys can get, there's actual like chargers and stuff like that are at the Triboar Travelers. You can go to the Cart and Coin. They've got some regular horses. And like I said, Falcon's got walks up and goes to Quaddle and hands off. He's like, you can work with this. And hands off an axe beak.
Oh,
that's cool.
Sweet.
Very generous of him.
He's like, I branded 12 black skulls on its side for every time that you've died. So it's like an axe beak, but it's got it's like a Sopwith camel. It's got all your kills on the side of it.
When I talk to them, have you got any war rams or war goats or anything like that with some that I can have as a dwarf? They would suit my image much better.
It's a great place if you're looking for a war goat. 1, you can pull it out of the bag of tricks, or 2, you can go to Citadel Felbar. It's to the north. Up the long road, up to Long Saddle, there's a dude, and he runs up and he grabs, he's like, you can find the Weevil there, apparently to draw us. The north sounds fantastic.
But Citadel Felbar is to the east, then north.
But if you go around Watermoors, which is way safer from the north.
If you take the scenic route over and around, up Route 195.
But yeah, you can probably find that at Citadel Felbar for sure.
Can I roll for animal handling for the axe beak? See if I can ride the thing.
You can ride the thing.
Ooh. Roll an 8.
Okay, so this is how we're gonna do this. We're gonna have the Alexander the Great moment where he's gonna ride Bucephalus. So the axe beak, Falcon's like hanging onto it, and he brings it into one of these gated off like areas with the fences around it, and the axe beak's in the center of it, and he's holding it kind of tightly, and you're like, I got this. You go over the fence and you fall. That was your first 8, right? But then when everybody realizes that you're about to ride this axe beak, right? Now crowds are starting to show up, but you dust yourself off, okay? You dust yourself off, and now as the crowds start to arrive, are you ready? Are you ready?
Always ready.
Who wants to watch or aid or help or do anything as he's going to try to ride the axe beak that Falcon didn't even ride into town?
Please. I totally want to see this axe beak kill Coatl so we can bring it back.
I want to. I cast guidance on the axe beak.
Okay, all right.
Hey, it's been nice knowing you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and quit the campaign.
Oh, come on.
Well, I did just without a modifier, just rolled a 1. So you guys already.
No.
Okay, so you. All right. So for the first round, and this is good. This is good. You go to reach up to climb onto the axe beak like you would normally do, and the axe beak just axe beaks your face, just like straight hits you in the face with this thing and just like bloodies your nose, and you're just like bleeding out of your face. And Falcon immediately just starts like wiping your face, and you're like, oh, and the crowd's like, go no, because nobody wants to ride an axe beak on the side of this thing. But we got all night. That's what you hear. And then Falcon just hands you the reins and like walks off.
What kind of rolls are you doing for stat wise?
Animal handling, but yeah, animal handling. So did that just give me 46 points of damage by the axe beak to the face?
You took 6 bludgeoning damage.
That's not
All right.
bad.
All right, if you'll allow me, Tim,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and do it.
You're gonna talk to it? Okay.
Yeah, like,
I could
easy,
have
buddy, easy.
done that, but
I am now an axe beak.
18.
18?
Yeah, so let's see what Heineken has to say.
19. Hey, we're your friends. Gonna soothe it with positive
Eat his
vibes.
face!
No face eating. We're your friends.
Okay.
Now. We'll take care of you. You take care of us.
Anybody else?
That's,
Is that
that's,
Kai?
Yeah.
that's the correct one. Go.
I'll cast
I should
guidance
roll
on
I should roll disadvantage because my dog just blew up our D&D space, and Lawrence can attest to when Kai rips one. All right.
I'm going to cast guidance on Kotal now
Okay.
and go.
Okay.
I feel a little bit bad that I did it on the axe beak last time. And I'm like, right, no, need to give him the best start.
I heard that you were gonna cast Frightened on me.
Total, how damaged are you?
I'm pretty okay.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
So what do you want to do? How do you want to approach this? Give me a scenario. Give me a scene.
Okay.
Do some RP.
So I'm gonna lead it over to Stump, so that I don't have to work as hard to jump on top of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab just the top of its head, and then just stroke in the back. And I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna hold there for a second, and then I'm gonna swing one leg over. And as I find my seat on the axe beak, just kind of sit in, feel comfortable, and then give a couple of big pats to the front.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll a flat roll with the guidance. And you spoke to it, Heineken, with a 19. Let me see. I'm gonna roll against you on that one to see if he gets advantage. Ooh. Wait, a An axe speaks wisdom? Ooh, so that's a 17. All right, you get to roll advantage.
15.
Plus 1d4.
Okay.
Wait, can Quaddle also have a head cold? You know what I mean? He's like,
Advantage with 1d4. I got 10.
Whoa, what's up with your dice? Okay.
Yeah.
But this is good. This thing grabs you and it bolts. It bolts over the fence and starts running away from Triboar into the grove to the north. Roll a strength athletics check to stay on. Anybody can do anything in this crowd that's watching, but everybody goes. You hear a loud gasping from the crowd. You know as the axe beak just jumps and heads towards the grove that's super chill. Super chill grove.
15.
15? Okay.
Yep.
You manage to come up on top of it, and you're heading towards the grove to jump. Make another animal. What do you want to do? How do you want to tame this critter, Ranger? You're on it, though. So that's that's a good start.
Made it.
Yeah.
That's a great start. I'm gonna stick with animal handling on this.
Okay.
Oh shit. 14.
How many teens?
14.
14?
1 4.
All right.
That's better than 1.
Since this might be your critter, I'm gonna bust out War Duke on this one.
That's better than rolling a 1.
It's better than rolling a 1.
You are
13.
on this thing. Roll a strength check as you're able to scoot yourself up, and it stops bolting, but it's just charging towards the orchard, right? Like you are on it. Next step is steering it. So make your strength check, and then make
9.
a 9. Okay.
Yeah.
You slide a little bit farther back. You're gonna need a higher animal handling check to get this thing to go where you want it to go. Where do you want it to go?
Away from the orchard, back to Triboar.
Okay.
Yeah, if this keeps up, I'm just gonna jump off because I just
Well, hold
got
on.
another 10.
So I'm gonna do summon steed.
Okay.
I'm gonna hop on the horse, try and catch up, right?
Okay.
Get side by side.
Okay. This is an axe speak. This isn't like, you know what I mean? Like your bro vehicle, right? So just
Side by side, and then I'm gonna do enhance ability on him.
okay.
So it's a touch, so I have to get real close and touch
All right.
him. And give him full strength, which has advantage on strength checks, and the carrying capacity thing is doubled, but it
Okay.
doesn't matter. But he has advantage.
So you start rolling towards this thing's stomach, and as you start rolling towards the stomach, you know, you see a drow on what color? Describe your horse. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. No,
The high life. You know what I mean? My bad. Bad friend.
Pearly white steed didn't have a saddle, just hopped on. He's like, we gotta go get him. So
Yep.
High Hope Thunder away.
Okay.
And let's go.
Run up. You see Quaddle. He's gripping onto axe beaks. Don't necessarily have a mane, but like there's some feathers back there, and you roll from that strength check to its side, and boom, enhance ability. Go roll a strength check
Advantage.
with advantage.
13.
13.
Yep.
Okay. Get back up on top. It's not necessarily graceful. Go do your animal handling check.
Like, saw you.
Oh, that was his one. Yeah, like see you.
Well, it lasted like 10 minutes.
Okay.
21.
Or an hour. He's good.
4.
21.
21. You get on there and you get through like the feathers and you feel its side. You start smoothing its feathers down on one side, and it turns its head and starts like turning around, and it just comes to a stop. And you guys are way out there. The grove is probably like 20, 30 feet away, but you feel a good feeling about this grove. Like you feel that it's not like a dark place anymore.
Okay. Let me see here.
Felt that way when we went in.
Out of the shadows comes another Oni.
Yeah. Let me see what I have here. I'm gonna do primeval awareness
Okay.
for. Yeah, I'm gonna primeval awareness
For the grove?
for the grove. I mean, it
Okay.
works for 1 mile.
Yep.
Well, I guess it would be works for 6 miles. And
What are you looking for?
Onis. It says aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead. Are
So in this
present.
case, you're looking for a fiend.
Yeah.
Technically, you know.
Within 6 miles.
You do not sense one.
Okay. Let's see. Is Mirren still with me?
I peeled off.
Okay. Well, I'm not going in there alone.
No reason to be in the grove.
I'm gonna try and steer the axe beak, go back to meet up with the party, and then tell them that I don't sense anything in the grove. I feel like it's cleared out now.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I messed up my beasts in my phone because I was looking up CR2 beasts for Krista, and I've got all my filters messed up, and I was trying to look up an axe beak. Okay, but when you can ride it back, you get the sense that maybe there's a little bit more bonding that can be done, but you're riding it back. So your pride is saying, "Whew, that was a mess," but you are able to just do one more athletics check with advantage.
I rolled 2 4s.
2 4s.
Yeah.
You get the sense that like you're like bouncing a little bit, but you're able to ride it.
Okay.
That makes sense. It's like not comfortable. There's something missing, but you're able to ride this horse or axe beak.
Okay.
Just for your pride, Lawrence, the person, this is not chill vehicle to ride. Period. You're able to, with your perception, to see that it has gashes on it where it was hit with spurs, very deep spurs from the orcs and things like that. Like this thing looks like it has had a very abused lifestyle.
Okay.
So this is not something that is easy in your arc. I know it seems like I pick on you, but it's only because I love you. That's the most manipulative, toxic thing to say to anybody. I'm only bullying you because I love you. But you get the sense that for you, that you respect the fact that this is not easy.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, this axe beak has its own life, its own personality, and it's not going to give to you that willingly. But you can ride it, and you can steer it.
Sweet.
Okay,
I'm
love you.
gonna steer back into the view of all the townspeople. I probably have control over it. I'm gonna put my hands up in the air like this.
And you look back in its axe beak rearview mirrors, and you're like, that grove looks pretty sweet right now. I should probably go check it out. It looks pretty awesome. In the bottom, it's like objects and mirrors seem safe and cozy. You should go there.
Huh.
Or don't. Or do.
I do want to go back, but I wanted to bring the party with me.
Okay. Wicked smart. So he's returned. He came back, and the crowd's like, they're cheering, you know. you're not cheering for yourself because it's that imposter syndrome and things like that, you know. But
Yeah.
everybody else is really pumped that you came back on the axe beat.
And we're all like,
Falcon's
he lived. He lived.
sure, you were gonna die.
He lived.
Yeah. Anybody else before you pack up and move on?
Well, yes, I want to just make sure that we're moving on back to the Grove, but I want the party to go with me. So I'm gonna just relay to them that I've sensed no beings, no Onis, no fiends in the area, and there's something shimmering in that grove telling me that I need to go back. But I need.
Is that the white light at the end of the? Is that the white light at the end of the tunnel?
No,
again?
I've seen that before.
What? The Triboar Express? What do you mean?
If that Triboar Express is going east, it's fine. If it's going north, we won't want to be on it.
I don't know. Do you have the Euro pass? Do you? I don't know.
It's just a circle line, and it goes round east, not north.
Mind the gap.
What do you mean? What do you mean by there's something there, Kotal? Explain.
I feel like the Grove is safe
That's one.
to go back to, and I know that that is a holy place for rangers. So I feel like
Well, if you want,
I want to go back.
if you want to spend some time in there before we go, but we are leaving. I think first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, I do want to, but I want to make sure that I have you guys nearby in case I'm being deceived.
When you say nearby, why don't we just all go together, and then we're really close.
Perfect. If you guys will do that for me, we're very grateful.
I'll support you in this endeavor. I know the original reason you wanted to go to the Grove, and we didn't make that happen the first time, so let's see if it'll happen this time.
And we don't want to see you die again. As much
Sick.
as comical as it turns out to be, we don't want to see it happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gwen, what do you want to do, buddy?
I will go with the rest of them, and I would also like to point out that I do have Revivify just in case something bad happens.
Oh, thanks, man.
So there
I've
we
got
go.
Revivify. All right.
So I just wanted to let everyone know that there's just a little bit of a failsafe, just in case some type of Oni-looking guy comes out of a bush.
I turn to Gwen and go, "It's nice to have a decent cleric amongst us for a change."
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. You guys move forward to this perpetually dazzling forest shades of yellow, orange, and red. If you watch The Last Samurai with the cherry blossoms and things like that kind of falling from the trees, this grove is absolutely gorgeous. You guys move forward to this thing, and when you arrive, there is a bit of that same shimmer when you get there, and I would say there's a bit of doubt from everybody but Coatl as to move forward into the grove.
Mage armor.
Stop. Let's just. I want to do a.
I'm not going out.
Can I do I want to do a religion check and our type thing. I want to see if this is something I should be doing. I want to commune with Morgan and
Find sense. Anybody have that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, unfortunately not. But I have my dwarven nose that's twitching. This looks like a little bit dodge. So
Okay.
I just want to.
What about you, Gwen? Do you have divine sense? What about you, Paladin? Do you have divine sense?
1 second.
Blankina just goes.
Not everybody gets to get like
Mage armor.
class training.
Mage armor.
I mean, technically good, but divine sense. Give up on my. Did I have that one based on mine?
I do not.
Your guys' level of trust in me is pretty fantastic right now. You guys are like, I mean, why would I paint all these minis? You know, just for the aesthetically.
To be fair,
Jim,
he
if-
did show off a thing of minis earlier, and he makes a valid point. He wouldn't paint them unless he was intending to use them.
Everybody
That's why I
calm
have
down.
him do the comic.
Everybody calm down.
Tim,
What do you got?
if the shoe was on the other foot, would you be trusting me at this point?
Ranger check for being.
Who, me?
You're trusting him?
Mine only goes 6 miles.
Okay. What are you gonna do? Other cleric Quint?
I want to have a chat with Moradin and sort of sit down
Okay.
and some praying.
You're just
and
gonna pray.
sort of go. Yeah.
You want to pray with him? Okay. Okay. With Quaddle, you're gonna. Okay. All right. Roll your religion check.
I'm really good at religion. 9.
This is not your area of expertise whatsoever. Like stones, and this is a grove. What you got, Gwen?
All right, I shall also make a religion check.
Okay.
That is 14.
You're getting the sense that maybe this isn't for you, but you're getting the sense of hallowed.
I will tell Puent how I feel and the sense that I have from my my prayer there, and just kind of be on guard, I guess, as I imagine move deeper into the grove.
Okay.
If it was hallowed means it's been sanctified and looked after. It shouldn't have allowed the Oni to actually be in here.
It is now hallowed.
Oh.
Both hallowed.
I still cast Mage Armor.
It is hallowed ground.
Can
Did you say
I?
hallowed?
I shall get Revivify ready.
Okay.
In case,
Are you
Ranger goes-
going in, Quaddle?
I'm
you going in
I'm
by
going in.
yourself?
I'm going in with Quattro with my
Okay.
hand on my. I'm like, look, if there's going to be trouble in there, we'll be stronger together than apart. So let's go
As
in
you
with Kotor.
enter the grove, it becomes very quiet and still, and there's a small pond in front of a large tree, and there's someone with his back to you. He doesn't have a shirt on, he's got pants, and he's got a bow across his back, and he's like looking into the water. And as he stands up, the rest of the party finds themselves on the outside of the grove. Like instantly. And
It was nice knowing him.
Quaddle, he's like, you might not know me. The name's Guerin. I've been tracking alongside Maliki and alongside your father. And her name was Zindra Winterbow of late. I was there with you in your dream. You've come a long ways. And the difference between Rangers and Paladins tend to be very close. And we are confused at some times. Although we don't get the glory like others. You are doing right. By Faerun. And we are very blessed to have you in this timeline of the Forgotten Realms. And he's like, can I have your bow, please?
I present my bow.
He's like, I have been blessed with being on this world the god of tracking. But for you, you have your choice. You can trick nature, animal handling, or anything that you choose that I can give you advantage on with this, or an expertise. What would you choose? The bow of Quaddle.
Wow. I'm just in awe, so I kneel. Take one knee. And as I look up at him, I say, I would feel blessed with nature.
You will have the aid of Faerun and everything in it to get you along your way with this bow, the bow of Quaddle. And he looks on it and he squeezes it a little bit and he's like, those that walk the earth, or the earth, those that walk Faerun are the ones that make the true impacts. We can give small guidances, but it's only through your actions do we find you. And you have sacrificed yourself for your party numerous times. What you did with that axe beak, the struggle that you had to stay fortuitous along the way is amazing. That axe beak has gone through a lot in its life. And in time, I think the two of you will be very, very close friends. If you could bring it back to us, that would be outstanding. Please take this bow and have advantage on nature throughout the rest of this campaign and future campaigns. I can't get that deep without being silly. I'm sorry, that's my fault. But and he gives this to you and he's like, forever, this grove will be one of your very many hallowed grounds that you've created through your region. Many blessings. So, he turns around and goes to the pond. Looks over his shoulder for one question.
And I'm just speechless.
No, he can take one. He's like, what? Speak your heart. I don't have much time.
Do you know where the obelisks are held?
The obelisks, and you're speaking of this ordning that's broken. It's very severe in the fact that there is a vacuum amongst the dragons and a vacuum of power. The dragons are going to return from the south very angry, and they're going to want to bolster their loot. That being said, the giants, one of their oldest enemies, have been allowed to run free, as you can see with the fire giants here. The obelisks and the artifacts that they're using are being used to contain something powerful, to throw off the ordning. If I knew what the answer was with my powers, his powers of tracking, I would take you right there right now. But this is your time and your party's time. Not your party time. This is your party's time. In Faerun. It's up to you. We can only provide small tokens and advice ever so often, but it is your time to come with these solutions and keep the balance in nature. Take Quaddle's bow and bring balance to Faerun.
And before I leave, I'm sure before he disappears, I'm just going to tell him that I will bring the axe beak back to him as a whole healed being.
You may not know this. You are kindred spirits. You need to find each other. Your home is together.
Awesome. I'm going to look at the axe beak, look at the bow, and then look back up.
Looks at you and like raises like one. It's not chill right now. Its time isn't now, but you know you'll get there.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, did I just ruin that whole sweet scene? My bad.
No,
hi, everybody. Come on.
Just off the side on the side stage, just like, you know.
Yeah, but you're able to walk out. Your bow seems normal. It's very, like, it is a compound bow, but it's very smooth. There's nothing ornate about it. It's just like clean white at this time. but you know that it probably grows with you. That being said, party, are we going nunite? You guys
See.
going back to Urgala's, or you heading out?
Leave. Well, we already got to know from Argala, so we're good there. But if it's already night, I think we should definitely stay here for the night before we depart. And
As a, yeah, as I
You guys are heading north, right? Head north.
I was spending the night with Gelran, making sure all this stuff gets smithed down and sorted out.
Done.
mm,
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go around the room. What are we doing tonight? What are we prepping? And you guys are off towards the east tomorrow?
that is correct.
Okay. On day 29er? All right. Mirren.
On, I guess, gauging the radius and protection of my aura protection, see what it can do, how I can use it best, where I can position myself to,
Nice.
affect the party, to let everybody know, like, when we get in battle, be like, 10 feet, let's go. But other than that, try and hammer out some of the dents from those fire giant hits, because they kind of fucking put
Lady Hawklight's there, and she can step you through that stuff.
just repairing the damage done
Yep.
from the fire giants.
She pulls off, one of her necklaces, and she's like, this doesn't come easy, but we don't go that far to the east. Do you mind representing the Order of the Gauntlet and our tenets? And she puts it back on her head. She's like, do you know what our tenets are?
I've heard tell, and we also encountered the remnants of the Order Gauntlet in the Caravane's Keep. So I am well versed.
She's like, is this something that you're interested in?
And it falls in line with Hieronius and his teaching, so I think it'd be something good for me to carry along with.
She brings you aside to a very quiet spot where nobody's watching, right? There's just a tree, and she's like, okay, well, if you don't mind, Neil. She's like, for the Order to a Gauntlet, you're expected to bring righteous justice upon Faerun, defend the weak at all costs, and the helpless when they're in need, and bring light to the world, and always do the hard right over the easy wrong. I just made that up.
In Hieronius' name, I shall do that.
And she pulls off a medallion. She's like, I could probably get another one of these from the Order, but this is as far as my time goes. I think this is your time for your party. She's like, if you show this anywhere, you can be represented in the Order of the Gauntlet. Rise, Sir Mirren.
Shall wear it proudly and represent the Order justly.
Sanya.
I'm gonna go and find Darl's Helgar gnome and ask him to look after my home.
Okay.
Just so, because they'd lost his place, and he can take mine for the time being whilst I'm away. But don't worry about the squeaky floorboards. Just leave that. And I'll
Oh,
walk
you
away.
guys have got quite an adventure ahead of yourselves. He reaches down and he pulls from his he's like, I've got only one of these. And he reaches and he's like, I got this back when I was a part of a real jerky cult back in the day. It's called a dragon tooth dagger. He's like, you take this and do well with your party. I'll look after your house. My adventuring days are over. Good luck, Sanya.
Thank you. I will treasure this.
Quint. You're banging
Hey,
away.
I'll go-
You guys are sweating. It's a montage. You guys are just like bare chest, you know, and you got the curly dwarf sweat going on, and it's a montage. Banging hammers. Yeah. What are you doing? It's a little bit weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm basically doing that. I'm also channeling my divine energy into using my object of creation as well to add to this, because obviously it's something I need to do and sort of make sure that this is happening. And basically, I'm just smithing all these items into as many armor rings as we possibly can, so we can. After this, though, I need to go and talk to Miran, and sort of I'm just pouring, and I sort of bang on Miran's door, go and talk to him and say, we're getting to the point now where these armor tokens are going to be starting being useful. We need to start deciding what we're doing with them. Obviously, we've got splint mail at the moment, but with the items, with the what we've just done this evening, we could quite easily start to look at plate mail for one of us to moving forwards, and then not too distant future we'll make another set of plate mail. It's going to take a while, it's going to take a few days, but we can do that as part of our journey to Citadel Thalbar. Sorry, it's a place that's holy to dwarfs, and it's been a long time since I've set foot in those hallowed grounds.
I appreciate you coming to me with this. Being that at the moment, you being a cleric and the squishier of the bunch, I think you should be the first with the plate. So fit yourself.
Ooh, I'm just kidding.
Before we go into that, and may it, I guess fit you well when we get to Felbar.
Yeah, we will do our best on that, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It's there's definitely lots going on, and Thalbar is going to be one of those places that it's not somewhere I expected to be visiting anytime soon.
Hope it's a tad bit less, I guess, covered with giants and orcs.
Oh, Thalbar's a fantastic place. It's one of the great strongholds of the dwarven kind in this part of the world. You'll see wonders that you've never seen before. The architecture, the craftsmanship, the command. Honestly, that they are amazing. It's a place that you put in what you get out there, and if you're able to uphold the traditions of the dwarves, you'll always get. Honestly, I was there as a small child, and it always meant the world to me that you walk into the halls of Thalbar, look up, and even with your enhanced vision, you won't see the ends of the halls or the ceilings. It's truly an outstanding achievement for some mortals to have carved out their existence in this area. It was one of the biggest mithril and adamantine sort of mines in the north, only beat by Mithril Hall. So it's going to be. I'm looking forward to visiting my holy Citadel again. It's sorry for the words. It's very much.
You're enthralled by it.
It's somewhere I didn't expect to be going again. I didn't expect to be going this far north.
Well, good. I'm gonna find a way for you not to get there. I'm just kidding. We're going south. I'm just playing. Heineken, I know you're struggling. You're on the struggle bus. What do you want to do for the rest of the night?
Same, just kind of hang out, nothing crazy, watching everybody do their thing, and then just retire smartly.
Okay. I'll let you go to sleep, buddy.
He's looking rough.
Blandina. Yeah, poor guy.
I'm going to sit down with Bryce for the remainder of the night and discuss what I have gleaned from the obelisks and the ordning and find out what he knows from the Arcane Brotherhood and also learn about the Arcane Brotherhood because I know nothing of these organizations. The Harpers, the Arcane Brotherhood. And...
You guys are ripping through things. The Arcane Brotherhood has like horrible past. He's super excited. You know, he's super excited to find like a friend that's not abusing him. Arcane Brotherhood is kind of abusive when it comes to like their knowledge. It's very snotty and like one-upsmanship and stuff, and having someone that's like very interested and talking to him about things, like he opens up and he's describing you that the Luskan tower was destroyed and the Arcane Brotherhood is pretty much spread out. They communicate, you know, through orbs and mirrors and things like that. And he goes to, you know, down the street in a small community college in Luskan to get things, to get himself or get his wizarding or his knowledge to where it needs to be. And yeah, he's just happy to be your apprentice in this process, and hopes to learn a lot from you as you guys learn more. Is there anything specific about giants that you want to know?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now, but I'll lay out the plan. We're heading up towards...
He just tells you that we are in Duke Zalto's land. Like, that's the one thing that you get, is like the farther you start heading towards Felbar, the closer you get to Iron Slag, which is Duke Zalto's land. And
that's interesting.
He's an extraordinarily powerful fire giant. And if we just killed 2 fire giants and took their things like adamantine, we're going to be hunted. And we're going towards the hunter. And they're very smart. They're very martial. It's not going to be spies and assassins. They're going to throw, like, think of battalions and things like that. They're going to come in, like, you know, squads and platoons and things like. But I mean, it's going to be more obvious, but it's going to be very difficult.
Copy. DM Timothy is railroading us away from Citadel Felbar. Gotcha.
No, it's past. It's actually past Felbar.
No, I'm just saying. Like, okay.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, like, we'll have plenty of time. But would you like to come along with us?
Do you want me to?
Absolutely. Would you like to come along with us?
You want me to come with you? And he's just like, yeah, that'd be tight.
Teach me the ways that you know of magic and Faerun, and I can tell you all about my home world of Kryn and everything that I know about that.
It's like I've never really had anybody reach out to me like this, and he's like, yeah, I'd be glad to stick along.
Well, come along. It'll be fun. We'll even
like,
fix
I'm
up
gonna go
your
get
hair.
one of those ponies. He's gonna go get a pony. He's like, I'm gonna spend my last gold pieces. I don't have much, but I'm gonna spend a few gold pieces and get one of these ponies over here.
I'll flip him a couple of gold pieces as well, just to help it.
He bobbles them and then, you know, picks them up off the ground and goes and grabs them.
We'll say 5.
Yeah.
He has 5 extra gold pieces.
Okay.
And that's it. And then
Gwen.
Ah, yes.
Last but not least. I know I just like to build that anxiety. I just like to keep it just grow. Sorry.
I am going to go to the local temple, and I am going to pray there and see if I can learn anything or meet anybody there. But at the same time, I'd also like to try to help any of the people here who are either starving and or injured in any way, and lend my assistance to the people here.
Okay. Yeah, you selflessly walk around and you spend most of the night making sure that kids are getting home and wounds are healing. You're following up on some wounds that maybe you saw Puent with the water and changing out the bandages. You're putting new clean bandages on folks, and having just met this party, you're getting after it. And you're getting, you're trying to show that you're staying on task and things like that. And in you, Pelor seems to you feel like you're on the right track as you pray. You see an image of the Desserin Valley. You see a river, and you see yourself following the river to the east.
Roger. Alrighty.
That's the DM saying, good job. You guys are going in the right direction, as much as I don't want you to.
Now get ready for 10 colossal dragons.
And I just want to say, everybody, there was 0 combat this entire session. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you'd want to watch me get hazed next weekend, Sir Timothy is going to catch lycanthropy, and then I'll get a broken slingshot, and my armor is gonna fall off.
He can't catch it. He's already got it.
You guys want to watch literally the best DM on the planet? Come watch next weekend with DM Pete. Continue supporting 988 if you'd like. As I always say, charity comes from the heart. If it's not in your pocket, then reach out to a friend that you haven't reached out to in a while, and not only just say, hey, what's up, but be prepared to answer 10 to 20 minutes of questions and say things like, I've never felt that before, but man, that's got to feel bad, kind of answers, empathetic responses, right? All right, Skylar, what else we got?
We're gonna go raid Blue Box RPG, and
yes.
Yeah, so I don't have anything else to add. Thanks everybody for sticking around and hanging out, and for your donations and cheers and bits and all of your support. It's huge. It's great to know that we're building a community like this, and I can't wait to see it get bigger.
Yep, and don't forget, tomorrow's a day on. Anyways.
Correct.
Have a good one.
Correct.
Yeah.
And stick around for Blue Box in 10 seconds. We'll see you guys next week. Have a good one.
Miss you, love you, bye.
Mwah.